Go ahead. So good morning. It's Tuesday, December 16th. It's 9 o'clock, and this is the Palm Springs Airport Commission's a special meeting held for strategic planning. We want to open with Scott and Harry's comments. Is that okay? And then we'll go through the formal agenda, or do you want me to go through this first?
It would go through this first.
All right, good. All right, so has the, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible. And has the agenda been posted?
Yes, the agenda was posted.
Roll call, please.
Roll call: Burke, Caldwell,
Here.
Corcoran,
Here.
Delgado, Evansteiner,
Here.
Fong,
Here.
Hedrick,
Here.
Heel,
Here.
Martin, McDermott, here, Park, here, Semlanska,
Here.
Shuffler,
Here.
Valdez,
Here.
Voss,
Present.
Wiseman,
Here.
Wise,
Here.
and Young.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Okay. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda, please? Motion to accept. Second. Roll call, please. All right.
We have Caldwell,
Yes.
Corcoran,
Yes.
Evansteiner,
Yes.
Fong,
Aye.
Hedrick,
Yes.
Heel,
Aye.
McDermott, yes, Park, yes, Semlanska,
Yes.
Shuffler,
Yes.
Valdez,
Yes.
Voss,
Yes.
Wiseman,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
and Young.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments?
We don't have any scheduled public comments. Is there anyone in the room wishing to make a public comment? Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual Zoom hand. No public comment.
Okay, good. We have two resignations to announce. Dave Banks has resigned from the commission, and Denise Delgado who is terming out, and we want to wish them farewell. And Dave, who served on several years here, I want to thank him for his service both to the commission and to the city. He will be missed, and we're looking forward to board with our new commissioner from Cathedral City, and also Coachella, for Coachella. All right, so let's begin our project, our strategic plan workshop. I wanted to start by letting Scott and Harry have comments, and I will have some as well. Scott, floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I know you all have a busy morning. I just wanted to stop by and first of all, thank all of you for taking the time. I know everybody's really, really busy, especially this time of year, but this is really important to us, what you're doing this morning. I know a lot of times we have a lot of commissions in the city, and sometimes commissioners, they tend to think that they're just rubber stamps for things that are going on. But I think all of you know that through your involvement and input, we've made some, it's really helped us as a staff and as a city make good decisions for this huge, important regional asset that we have that serves all of us in all of our cities. In some cases, we've reprioritized projects. We've done different things. In a lot of cases, you've helped us with policy decisions with my 5 bosses, sometimes with county officials and other folks. So what you're doing here today is really, really important to me personally, and I know to the city council members. I will also say for all of you in other cities, you know, the 9 city managers here in the Coachella Valley, we're talking to each other all the time. And one of the things they've all spoken to me about is, you will know we did some outreach in all of the cities with the master plan that we really hadn't done before. And I really want to be committed to doing more outreach to all of our cities. All of the other city managers have all said to me how much their city councils appreciated that. And making them feel like, you know, the work, they all have appointed some of you to represent their cities. And so it was a good chance for them to hear all the work that you know that you're doing right here. So I just want to stop by, say thanks. I'm going to stay for a while. I want to listen to some of this and turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you being here. Harry.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chair, and dive into it. Thank everyone for being here. I want to start by explaining the purpose today. Once a year, we take a step back in our daily activities and we look more holistically at the business and the regulatory environment in which the airport operates in collaboration with you. This is the third year the airport staff and the commission have met for a joint strategy session. Whereas our normal meetings are intended to focus on specific issues and tactical programs, the goal of our strategic session is to discuss broad insights, not only in what the PSP team is experiencing, but more importantly, the why and how the team is planning to adjust course to meet the moment. Part of meeting the moment involves adhering to the strategic plan verticals that the airport and commission adopted late last year. That is precisely the goal of this meeting, is to give clear understanding of what is moving forward, how this work connects to the direction we agreed on when we adopted the strategic plan. As the commission is already aware, over the last 2 years, we have made a lot of progress on a number of fronts. From my perspective, when I assumed the role of executive director 3 years ago, a couple of the biggest limitations were our labor force and a lack of clear vision as a guiding force for the team. As for the labor force, we simply did not have enough people to execute work. However, even if we were appropriately staffed, my assessment is that 3 years ago, we lacked the organizational competence in key areas. I cannot stress enough how I believe that we were in a creeping crisis at that time. Over the last 2 years, PSP has built internal labor capacity to address organizational shortfalls, leadership focus on establishing proper roles and training for our workforce to adapt in the changing transportation landscape. By adding staff and establishing a strategic plan with a mission and vision, the PSP team was able to develop a fundamental structure and that had been absent, such as proper planning, policy development, process standardization, and the proper delineation of roles necessary to effectively operate a safe, efficient airport with the highest guest experience. Today, I'm happy to report that as of 4 months ago, the airport has substantially met its reorganization strategy. And when it comes to building the fundamentals, the staff is firing on all cylinders going into the next year. Our plan is to build on that momentum. As for the vision, under our strategic plan, we identified 48 initiatives, which we agreed were priorities. Those initiatives continue to shape how we think about our work. We will not be going through all 48 today, but we will have a process. We do have a process in place to track and manage those. You'll hear Jason talk about that more later. Our strategic plan gives us 2 clear statements that continue to guide our decisions. Our mission is moving you with unforgettable hospitality. Our vision is to be an iconic airport that passionately connects Greater Palm Springs to the world. Those statements are the lens through which we make choices, invest in projects, and plan for the growth ahead. And as we manage and navigate continued issues such as rapidly changing regulatory environment, technology innovation, and new interpretations of best practices, evolving business models, not only with our airlines, commercial ground transportation, and other business partners, but with airports themselves who operate as a business, airport staff believe it is more important than ever to focus on our strategy. While we have made substantial progress over the last year and certainly over the last 3, there's still areas of opportunity for improvement. We can still do more by way of service offerings. We have the potential, with the right resources, to do more with integrated technology. And as the cost of developing increases for the airport and the national cost of travel increases for the traveling public, now is the time to reimagine both development activities as well as how we fund airport operations. That said, there are areas where we shine bright. Our planning and capital development team is looking ahead to solve the problems of 2050 today. Our financial outlook is positive. Our operations are incredibly efficient for an airport that serves 3 million passengers. And the airport professionals, they are rapidly becoming recognized as experts in the aviation industry. The commission will have the opportunity to see the results of that work today. The full airport management team will be providing you with a comprehensive view of what the airport operation looks like and the level of complexity with each program we manage. You also have the opportunity to see how much can be achieved when an airport is properly resourced and focused on being an airport operator and not just operating an airport. Today, each of you will have an opportunity to directly ask the managers about their division activities, their capabilities and constraints, and the plans that are already in motion. The purpose of today is simple. We want to show you where we are, where we're headed, and how the decisions we make together support the long-term success of the airport and the community we serve. Our operation is growing, our capital program is growing, the expectations of our passengers and partners are growing. And this meeting gives us the space to talk openly about that, stay aligned, and continue building on the foundation of the strategic plan. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your commitment, and I turn it back over to you, Chair.
Great, thank you. That was great. Appreciate that. Just a couple comments to build up Harry's comments or thoughts. One is kudos to our city council. Those of you who are a little more tenured remember, and Harry and others presented the challenge that we had in labor here. We didn't have enough people to do the work. We went to city council with a bold ask to double the number of people who were working at the airport to provide the resources we need, the expertise we need to try to move this airport forward. Council agreed to that and provided the funding to do it, and working closely with city staff, we were able to hire many of you who are in this room today. So kudos to Scott and to the council for supporting us a couple of years ago. We're seeing the results of that investment here, and I know we're going to appreciate hearing some of the plans and people responsible for those plans today. The second piece is this is the third time we've done this. And for those of you who are less than 2 years on the commission, the intent of creating a meeting like this was to make sure that at one point, all of us were level set with the same information. So this is your chance, whether you're tenured or brand new to the commission, to dig in and to make sure we leave the meeting today with the same information, the same level of understanding what's happening here. So we can continue to be good stewards for the city, for the county, for our neighboring cities, and helping the staff to make good decisions, and also to make great recommendations to city council. So that's the intent of today, for each of you to get your hands on this and to get full deeper understanding of what's happening here. So in the next year, we can help the staff make better decisions and advocate for the right thing for city council. So Harry, thank you. And we appreciate this. And we're going to turn it over to Jason, who has been working with us closely to develop and work with staff to this. So initially, thank you for putting this all together today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. I'm Jason Hodges, and I am PSP Strategy and Innovation Administrator. So before we dive into the department updates today, I want to frame how we get work done across PSP and how we stay aligned with our 5-year strategic plan. My role is to build the frameworks, the systems that support how we plan, prioritize, and move projects forward. This sets the foundation for everything that you'll hear today, not just with what teams are working on, but how it connects back to the bigger plan, which is the 5-year strategic plan. So you'll hear both strategic plan and flat path today. 2 words that have the same meaning. Flat path is our internal name for the 5-year strategic plan, and it's how we talk about it in a way that feels active and part of our daily work. It gives teams a shared understanding of direction, and it brings a strategy into the execution project by project. So shifting into what flat path represents in the day-to-day work, flat path keeps us aligned across the airport. Every department can connect their work to one of the 5 strategic priorities. So whether that be sustainability, partnership, infrastructure, people and culture, or operational excellence. It gives us a way to move forward from ideas to project tracking. Most importantly, it creates clarity. People know where their work fits in, who owns what, and how it supports the long-term direction of PSP. This is what moves the strategic plan off the page and into the work our day-to-day life. And I want to show you guys how we actually manage this work that Harry spoke of earlier. So the 48 initiatives, there's a lot of them. So one of my first tasks was I was handed the strategic plan and said, we've got to figure out a way to implement all of it. So, after going through all of it, it was a task for me for sure. So I understood that we definitely needed a way to bring it all into one system to have a tool that we can all use. So what this is just some snapshots of the flat path dashboard. It's an internal tool that helps keep us organized and stay on track. This doesn't replace our day-to-day conversations or updates with one another. It just serves as a quick reference so we all know where we're at. Every initiative has an assigned owner. Updates are submitted through a QR code or online form. And it just keeps the information current without creating extra work. The dashboard will show what's active, in progress, and completed, and even some that are at risk. Separate from the dashboard, we also have a new intake system for projects. This will be for new big ideas or projects that we know are coming soon. And it organizes the ideas and how we review them. And then we have the ability to go through and prioritize and how they move through the approval process. Together, these tools together just manage work internally, so the strategic plan stays active on projects going forward. So this slide here represents, the work is only as good as it shows up and how we treat people and how we work together every day. So we introduced a program called Real Talk Walks a few months ago. They're simple by design. We walk the airport together as an administration team every 2 weeks. And we spend that time together with the people who make PSP run day to day. We listen to what they're experiencing, we share what they're working on, and these walks keep Flat Path grounded in the real day-to-day operations. They give leaders real-time insight into what is working and where we need to make adjustments. Traditionally, strategic plans live on documents or in a sheet somewhere or on a presentation, but we wanted Flat Path to feel a little different. Not just a plan, but something people can recognize and relate to in their daily work. So the items you see on the screen in the bottom left here help make that connection visible. They turn the strategy into something people can see or wear or talk about. It helps reinforce that Flat Path is part of how we work, not just something for a reference. It also connects back to a program that we created about 2 months ago now. You got caught cards. So the management team, every month, they're allocated a certain amount of cards, and managers can recognize Flat Path action in the moment when employees are doing something that supports the overall strategy of the airport, or just going above and beyond. Those employees can bring these cards into the admin office and select one of these swag items. So it's created some really good positive energy. It gives us a simple, visible way to reinforce the behaviors that support this strategy. And Flat Path shows up beyond just slides and documents. We see it all across the airport now. So as we look ahead, Flat Path continues to guide how we plan, how we collaborate, and how we organize work across the airport. But the real impact shows up in the work departments. And you'll hear directly from them today and how their work supports moving our guests with unforgettable hospitality. And so just to set the tone for the day, we are doing individual Q&A at the end of each group. So I'm a group, Victoria's team will be a group, Jeremy's section will be a group that's going to be covered by Harry today. And then public comments will be made and held to the very end. So at this point, I'll open it up to the commission for any questions.
Questions about flight plan?
Just a quick comment. I love that you got caught.
So this is really exciting. When you first introduced this, the ability to track the 48 projects. Is it public?
The dashboard is currently not public. We are working on, once we get staff a little bit built up, we would intend to have a position that could solely help build out dashboards like this that could be safe for the public use. But at this time, it's just for internal use only. I do a monthly recap, executive recap to Harry. So there are parts of it that I pull directly from this dashboard. And I know that you guys get quarterly updates on the strategic plan. So we kind of compile that information from every month into those quarters.
So at this point, it's a quarterly update to the commission, which would then be public.
Correct.
Okay.
Jason, it is on the dashboard in the sustainability domain that several, if not most of those projects were noted as at risk. Will we cover that later today, or is that something that
there'll be some sprinkles throughout. I think that we'll pick up, see where we have some opportunity around sustainability. We are definitely fighting and conquering within, some of those priorities. That was one of the positions that we're hoping to, either co-partner with, maybe a city position, or bring on, individually for our team.
And that's just, the Sustainability Commission has reached out to us to partner and to get involved, and we've encouraged them to get smart about these projects and see how we can work together. That's something we will be looking, whether it's full-time staff here or working with staff across the street. It's something that dialogue has started. We've encouraged them to join the meeting via Zoom and to get smart about the issues that we have, and then see if we can jump in with them or partner with them with a full-time headcount here. Other questions?
Okay,
Okay.
we're good. All right, next up, Daniel, we're introducing, marketing updates. And, I guess.
Good morning, everybody. Daniel Meyer, Deputy Director, Marketing, Air Service Communications, Guest Experience. We talked over that earlier. So I'm gonna start off a little bit with some 2025 notable accomplishments. Essentially, it is a touch screen, so we'll do it. Someone covers some of the highlights we've had for the year. Did I get crooked? Oh, no. You're welcome. So just a little bit of a highlight reel of what my team and I accomplished 2025. You guys remember a couple of months ago, we did a soft launch of the Quiet Airport program to reduce a lot of unnecessary noise, namely the thousands of wheelchair calls we have throughout the terminal. That has been going well. We kicked it off officially in November and then just made an announcement just last week about that. Some good comments from that. We also did the recharge bar in the Bono concourse as part of our guest experience plan. It was noted that we needed some more charging locations. At the last commission meeting, I told you guys, I showed you the photo here. The stools are not installed yet, and we have them by now. The tops of the stools have arrived. The bottoms apparently are still on a ship in the port of LA waiting to be offloaded. So as soon as we get all the parts here, we will get them installed. We started this year our new Progress PSP. If you guys are familiar with that, progresspsp.com. That is a new communications tool we're using externally to communicate all the many projects we have coming down the pipeline for all the expansion and different things here at the airport to keep the community informed. All of our community members can go to progresspsp.com to see any project from the escalators to terminal expansion, whether it's in design or it's out to bid. We'll be taking updates from the dashboard that Jason has created to make sure to keep that up to date so the public is aware. We launched our first military promotion this year. We targeted the Marines, their families, and the contractors at 29 Palms, promoting Palm Springs, taking our trips from Palm Springs, flying into here, the transportation options between here and promoting choosing us over another area airport. We also built our first military information website that went along with the military promotion. That included information on the USO. It has a list of all the airlines that serve Palm Springs, the various discounts they give to military personnel, whether it's discounts on fares, waiving bag fees, etc. It also covers all of the different discounts military members get here in the airport from our concessions, from the retail and the restaurants. And then it has information on transportation options between 29 Palms and PSP, being the 29 Palms, 29 PSP transport, as well as the basin area transportation getting here. Also want to highlight our summer passengers. You guys remember our passenger numbers from the summer. They were very, very good. July alone was almost 12%. That came from my team. We redirected a lot of our advertising efforts and funds to promote driving passenger traffic in the summertime. A number one goal of ours, as well as Visit Greater Palm Springs, is to increase summer flying, summer lift, to increase opportunities to travel into and out of the valley. So we redirected a lot of funds to push choosing PSP and just educating people that even though we do see a decrease in our number of airlines and nonstop routes in summertime, you can still get to 300 plus global cities with one stop out of Palm Springs and not waste 3 hours driving just to LAX. We had some success with that. Some other organizational projects. If you remember, you all approved a contract with Sparkloft, a new advertising agency. They're currently doing a development of a new advertising campaign that'll be launching next month. We have a navigator expansion that was part of the new guest experience plan that you'll be learning about here shortly. We expanded the mobile navigators. So now we have navigators that are roaming throughout all the concourses and the walkways between the concourses, the courtyard areas, looking for passengers with question marks over their head to see if they need assistance. Staff recognition program, you see Jason, mentioned the, you got caught, we had that expanded, we'll be expanding that later on to the full airport and tenant staff as part of the guest experience program. We hosted an air service conference this past January in partnership with Visit Greater Palm Springs. It's called the Airport Roundtable. We brought representatives from almost a dozen airlines from across the US and Canada to Palm Springs. One reason we like to do that is because we go out and we talk to these airlines and we meet with them at various conferences throughout the year, making a case for more service here, giving a business pitch. But it's also good to bring them to Palm Springs, to our valley, so we can actually see firsthand everything we have to offer. It helps us reinforce the business case that we're presenting to airlines to grow. We also, and now we've also started incorporating, via Visit Greater Palm Springs Champions Training. And now this year we made it mandatory for all of our volunteers to go through that. So they're very well versed in everything the Valley has to offer. So if somebody comes to information to us, say, hey, I've got a week to kill. What can I do while I'm in town? They will now have that knowledge to make sure and tell everybody to go from Desert Hot Springs down to Indio here in Palm Springs and give everybody a lot of ideas of what they can do. And up next, we have guest experience. I'd like to introduce Barbara Yamamoto with PSM Squared. She's going to talk about all of the research that went into the new guest experience plan that we have finalized, the development of it, and then give you an overview of where we are and what's going to be coming out of it.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to start off by first thanking you all for this opportunity. It's been such a pleasure to work with Harry and his team, Daniel and his team. So it's so nice to work on something that we love, and that is really elevating guest experiences at airports. So this plan has been a passion project for us, and we're really excited to share it with you today. It really is sort of a high-level overview of how to create culture change, employee engagement, and elevated guest experiences at Palm Springs. So today I'm going to share with you the overview at a high level because it's a very comprehensive plan. I wanted to share with you what's in it to give you an idea, and then also sort of the thinking behind it as well. So exciting, this fancy screen. I hope I'm going the right direction. Yes, okay. So I first wanted to start off by talking about what is guest experience. It's not really just one singular thing or one specific thing, but it is really this collection of countless moments from the time a guest is planning their trip to the time they take off or return. So each interaction you see here continues or contributes to how travelers feel throughout their PSP journey. And when done well, these collective moments here set the tone for a memorable, unforgettable trip and a positive impression of Palm Springs and the entire Coachella Valley, which is exactly aligned with your strategic plan. Also wanted to talk about the benefits of the guest experience because it's not just a feel good. PSP is already doing great things with a wonderful and very unique ambiance here and exciting development plans. But a truly exceptional airport experience is not just about the hard products like facilities and infrastructure, but it's also about the soft products like people and service. It's equally important. So with your capital improvement projects underway or in the planning stages, it's important that your service evolves as well so that you match your world-class facilities with world-class service. Another benefit of improving the guest experience is that it impacts guest satisfaction, which is critical to PSP's reputation, your brand perception, and your success. This leads to customer loyalty, repeat business, and word of mouth recommendations, which are essential in a very competitive market, especially in Southern California. Guest experience will also improve overall operations by easing passenger traffic and increasing staff efficiency, which creates a more efficient and more enjoyable experience that can reduce stress, leading to fewer complaints, delays, and disruptions. And we love that. And something that might not be quite so obvious, an improved guest experience helps generate revenue as happy passengers are more likely to spend more time at airports, which translates into more spending on retail, dining, and other services within the airport. With the increasing importance of driving non-aeronautical revenue, airports really need to ensure they're delivering a consistent high quality experience every time. It benefits our guests and our airport. So having a plan to improve the guest experience, as I said, is not just a nice to have or a feel good, but it can actually impact an airport's bottom line. Having an intentional plan to make things faster, better, more efficient, more effective can result in a more seamless travel experience, giving guests more time to spend in the airport and eat, shop, and drink. This is supported by studies by Airports Council International, which is a global airport trade association that focuses on advocacy, research, and intelligence, and represents the interests of airports in the policymaking arena. So this ACI study found that satisfied guests will spend more time and money in airports, and that a delay anytime during the journey means a more stressed out guest who has less time to eat, drink, and shop in your airport. In fact, ACI reports that an increase of 1% in passenger satisfaction generates an average growth of 1.5% in non-aeronautical revenue. Another interesting study shows a connection between cleanliness and restroom cleanliness and revenue. So this recent study reported in a publication called Aviation Pros shows that 38% of those surveyed actually avoid eating or drinking in public, specifically to avoid unclean restrooms. Some of you around the table might be one of those 38%. But all of this underscores that why the upcoming restroom renovation and expansion project will be such a welcome development. The other benefit of the guest experience that I wanted to briefly talk about is that it creates a unified airport-wide culture, which is really difficult at airports where you have multiple companies, brands, and identities, and where no one person is really the boss of everyone. It should not feel like, or should not look or feel like a number of separate organizations just doing their own thing. It should feel like one PSP experience. So how do you create that unified airport experience? You start with a comprehensive airport-wide plan. And so I want to dig into the plan a little bit here. How did this plan come together? Well, we felt it was very important to be rooted in stakeholder engagement. So during the discovery phase of in-person and virtual interviews, we met with these multiple stakeholders. So thank you very much to those of you who we met with. We expanded this with an online survey that covered 28 touch points, asking respondents to rate each touch point and their overall experience. And for PSP employees and tenants, the survey also included questions about the employee experience as well. This is the survey outreach that resulted in 610 responses, as well as 294 open-ended comments, which are always very insightful and interesting. And we learned that this is not a shy community. There are a lot of opinions out there, and we value each one of them. And I wanted to add that there were quite a few comments out there just sharing their appreciation for just having the opportunity to provide feedback. So, kudos to PSP for that. As you see, overall satisfaction was a 4.1 out of 5.0. So this really does affirm that PSP is already delivering a high quality experience and that the airport is on the right track. But a well-crafted customer experience plan ensures that you stay on that path and you take it to new heights. So all of the feedback that we've collected, in addition to an airport law and guest observations, really shape the foundation for the plan. And the feedback falls into these 10 objectives. And this is how the plan is organized. It's a holistic approach to customer experience, one that integrates the physical improvements, streamlining processes, and then a culture change of exceptional service. There are a number of short, medium, and long-term ideas in the plan that will improve the experience, but I wanted to emphasize that the ideas are just the beginning. They are meant to bring the PSP team together and collectively talk about the ideas. Do you like the ideas? Are they feasible? What would it take to make it happen? Who needs to be involved? All of these questions. So in this plan, you may see or hear some ideas that are intended to really just be that spark plug to get the inspiration going that leads to productive discussions. But before I jump into each section, I wanted to focus on words and why they matter. One of the most important principles to embrace early on in any culture building effort is the shift from customer experience to guest experience. And the reason for that is the word customer is good, but it's inherently transactional and it implies a business relationship. You're thinking commodities and receipts. In contrast, the word guest, it invites a mindset shift. So when you think of inviting someone as a guest, you imagine welcoming them into your own home. So it's exactly aligned with moving people with unforgettable hospitality. It's just one word change, but it's an important word change because when you change the words you use, you change the way you view people, you change the way you treat people. And the idea behind guest experience is to make people feel special and connected to the airport. And that in turn helps drive loyalty. So on to the specific sections and objectives. To underscore this culture change in this first section called Build a People First Culture of Care, we talk about comprehensive airport-wide training for all badged airport employees. In the employee survey, there was a category called consistency of customer service delivery, and that was rated at 3.9. And that indicates to us a need for training to create a more consistent, unified level of service. The culture building section also includes a rewards and recognition program. It was so awesome to hear both Jason and Daniel talk about a rewards and recognition program and that You Got Caught program. This really helps reinforce guest experience. And so we're really excited to see that get underway. We extend the culture building into the community and we bring in more partnerships that ultimately improve the airport experience by creating a sense of place and belonging. Employee engagement is also key, and I'd like to share a little bit more information about this important element of culture building. The employee experience is critical. And that's because if you want to have an exceptional guest experience, you have to start with an exceptional employee experience. If they have an exceptional employee experience, they in turn provide exceptional experiences to guests. That's a lot of exceptional in one sentence, but it's really important. So we've got to keep our employees informed, engaged, motivated, and inspired. So having people and culture as one of your key priorities of the strategic plan ensures that this remains a top focus. The second section is a lot. It focuses on the objective to optimize every step of the guest journey. So this is really where we mapped out all of the touch points and pain points along the journey. So from the moment a guest turns into the PSP entryway to the time they take off or return from the trip, this plan includes strategies to improve every phase of that journey. So the focus is really on reducing stress, improving flow, creating a more seamless and welcoming environment. These are the ratings that in the survey that cover the major touch points along the journey. Ratings ranged from 3.3 for parking and rental cars to 4.1 for check-in and TSA. In the plan, we have suggestions on how to improve each of these areas. Wanted to mention a couple of interesting things about the PSP journey. One is that according to the TSA officials we met with, PSP leads the nation in TSA pre-check participation with 73% of travelers at PSP enrolled, which explains why sometimes the pre-check lines are almost as long as the general lines. Adding to that, I also understand that PSP has the highest percentage of clear participants as well. The second point of interest is the good news is that PSP has an amazing reputation for an airport where you can travel with ease. The bad news is that amazing reputation also often leads passengers to arriving later than they should because they think they can just waltz right in. So all of these two things along your journey are very uniquely PSP. The next section talks about how the end-to-end journey can be improved through technology. So in this section, with the objective to drive technology and innovation to enhance experiences, we look at how to enhance those touch points with technology, things that make travel more seamless, more efficient. The two big areas that we heard about in the survey were Wi-Fi and digital assets such as flight and baggage information displays. And the great news is that you've completed your upgrade of your Wi-Fi system and improved the fit screens. So we're sure that this investment will drive higher satisfaction. Our plan also includes the need for a comprehensive IT master plan to create a roadmap aligned with the guest experience goals. And so we've also included some technologies to improve passenger flow. In this section, we focus on 3 areas: cleanliness, comfort, and accessibility. The survey respondents acknowledged PSP's aging infrastructure and rated facilities and infrastructure at 3.9. However, old doesn't have to mean uncomfortable or unclean. So with consistent maintenance and attention to detail, many of the existing facilities can continue to serve passengers effectively, and your multiple capital improvement projects will make a huge difference. This section also includes a number of recommendations on cleanliness, particularly about the bird issue and restrooms, which is always a big guest experience factor. We've also included suggestions on how to create a more comfort, addressing seating and shade. Accessibility is also included with recommendations for an ADA assessment by industry leaders such as Open Doors, who are experts in accessibility and will work hand in hand with you. This next chapter and objective is to empower guests to navigate with ease and confidence. With PSP's master plan and development projects underway, guests not only expect efficient operations and beautiful spaces, but also welcoming service even during disruption. Travelers will not pause their expectations during construction. So this section is where we get into guest experience impacts when you have construction, with wayfinding and getting around the airport a big focus. So we look at it from a temporary construction perspective as well as from a permanent perspective. One specific recommendation we have is to have Daniel Meyer serve as the guest experience liaison for construction and wayfinding from day one, so that the guest experience is embedded into the planning, design, and construction. We see him as seeing all the development through the lens of the guest, to monitor potential impacts and to communicate the mitigation. It's a very important role. Next is elevating the experience with amenity upgrades. During our interviews, we heard so much positive feedback about your refresh concessions program. So we were a little surprised that in the survey, concessions are only rated at 3.3 and amenities were at 3.4. Travelers noted a desire for more variety, extended hours, and better availability across different areas of the airport. Power outlets and charging stations ranked last. It was a 2.9, and it was the only area below a 3.0. The survey comments consistently mentioned too few charging stations or non-functioning outlets in hard-to-reach areas. So all the upgrades that you've made, really timely investments that will really pay off over time. And in this section, we also included a number of ideas for the underutilized space in the center terminal near the revolving doors. 7 is to create a welcoming, joyful ambiance and celebrate arts and culture. In the survey results, it's important to note that ambiance was listed as the #1 thing that impacts the guest experience. And the scores for ambiance were high at a 4.2, which is the second highest score following courtesy. Even though the scores are high, given the impact ambiance has on the overall satisfaction, we include some ideas on how to make an amazing ambiance even more amazing. By contrast, art received a 3.7 out of 5.0, and comments pointed to interest in more visible art. So it's great to hear about the city's recently adopted art policy, and the hiring of an art curator consultant at PSP. This next chapter is to harness feedback and benchmarks for continuous service improvement. Here we talk about creating the baseline so you can track your progress. So we offer some options on how to benchmark. We talk about the importance of using the data and translating it into action. We cover performance management, including secret shoppers and pricing audits. We talk about hotlines and feedback channels, and we also provide automation options for collecting and analyzing that data. The next section really is about staffing. So right sizing guest experience staffing. What is the structure and how do we implement the plan? We start at the top with Harry as the airport director with the guest experience vision and mission, supported by the airport commission, both very, very important. Daniel Meyer will be the guest experience lead, the guest experience champion. He's the face, voice, and embodiment of the guest experience on a strategic level. I mean, just look at him. Look at that face. So he will have support for all the boots on the ground and day-to-day activities, but he's focusing on strategy and progress at all times and will be responsible for launching the plan, promoting the plan, and seeing that the items you deem as priority are implemented. He will also be supported by the internal guest experience team as well as the guest experience council, which will become the backbone of a unified airport-wide guest experience. The council is a cross-functional leadership group that brings together your key stakeholders, including airlines, TSA, concessionaires, rental cars, parking, your volunteers, airport staff, management. It's a big group. This leadership group aligns around just one mission, and that is to deliver one exceptional guest experience delivered with unforgettable hospitality. The Guest Experience Council has many functions, including serving as a problem-solving forum, tackling real-time issues like long queues, confusing signage, disruptive announcements. I don't know if you have any of those here at PSP. They can focus on event readiness, coordinating efforts for large groups, special events, or peak travel periods. They can monitor your experience by tracking guest satisfaction metrics and identifying opportunities for improvement. They are your innovation hub, serving as a sounding board for new ideas such as branding, training, rewards, secret shoppers, and more. And then airport walks. To translate strategy into visible impact, the council supports airport walks, collaborative walkthroughs that bring the guest experience to life. It's one of the best ways to pick the low-hanging fruit and look at specific areas of the airport to focus on. So in short, this guest experience team and guest experience council are your partners in implementation and your ambassadors for culture change. In addition to the guest experience team and guest experience council, you've got these nearly 60 incredible volunteer navigators. In the survey, the highest rating of all was for courtesy. It was a 4.3. And I'm betting that this can be attributed in great part to your volunteers. So in the plan, we list a number of recommendations for improving and expanding an already very successful and well-run program. So thank you to Jake and Daniel for that. In the next section, we talk about launching and sustaining an exceptional guest experience program. We have specific recommendations for the rollout of the plan, which includes building the brand and ongoing communications. And I really want to emphasize that launching the guest experience plan and building the culture is one thing, but sustaining it is equally important, and it's perhaps more difficult. The focus is really on getting people to follow and then lead. It's a huge challenge in airports, especially when no one is the boss of everyone. So there are several tips in the plan on how to build that influence through strong partnerships and relationships. But really, the best way to get people to follow and lead is to get culture change to stick is through action. At first, the guest experience might be seen to people as the latest buzzword or the latest fad. But after time, after they hear the commission talking about it, Harry and Daniel talking about it, they hear others talking about it, they start to take notice. And then when they see things getting done, and these are things that we've talked about for years and now they're finally getting done, that's when they really perk up and they get on board because actions really do speak loudly. So where to begin? It's a lot to accomplish in 3 years. But so that it's not overwhelming, we recommended focusing on some quick wins, things that can be done quickly and don't require a lot of time and money. And we also recommended high impact starters, what we believe will make the biggest impact and where you should focus your energy to begin the program. We also recommend that you try before you fly. with test pilots. Pilot programs are a smart way to build momentum without committing to full-scale implementation. So if you're not ready to dive right in completely, try a pilot, gather feedback, and adjust before rolling out broadly. And lastly, to sustain culture, you need to report your progress and impacts, helping to ensure continuous improvement. Make sure to calibrate, communicate, and celebrate, and all of this will help to sustain a culture of service. So in conclusion, PSP is already delivering impressive results under your development plans already underway. You're shaping the physical environment and transformation is underway. So this guest experience plan ensures that your culture of service evolves in lockstep with your strategic plan and aligns with its vision, mission, and priorities. Together, these efforts create a unified framework that elevates every touch point, delivering an exceptional and unforgettable experience for every guest. Of course, I think Jason said this earlier, plan is just a plan, and it's only as powerful as the action it inspires. So it's been really great and gratifying to see that Daniel and his team have already made great progress and have activated many of the initiatives in the plan. So their early momentum shows that this isn't just a document, but it's a living strategy. So we thank you for getting that started. And with Daniel's commitment to really keep that momentum going, we feel the path is clear and it's a very exciting time. So now I'd like to turn it over to Daniel for next steps.
Thank you, Barbara. I think I have my work cut out for me. So I'm gonna go over a couple of things that Barbara mentioned. I'm gonna outline just a few of the next steps we're gonna take with the GX program, or guest experience. The first step is gonna be to work on getting a guest experience manager position. We've got a job description put together thanks to the PSM Square team. I'll be working with Harry and Victoria to see about getting staffing for that, hopefully next fiscal year for that. I'm also working to establish the GX Council with tenants here in the airport. I'm also excited. We've already identified a few of our frontline airport staff, some of our operations aides and ops and maintenance folks to be on this team. I also have the manager, Dina, with Alaska Airlines. She's volunteered to be on the guest experience team. If you guys know Dina, or at least know the Alaska Airlines experience here at Palm Springs, it is a very good one. So she'll be a great addition to this. So we're working on getting the council put together. Hope to have our first meeting early next year. I'll plan to be doing developing our training and our KPIs to measure success once we get the full GX Council put together. After that, also next year, I want to get as Barbara mentioned, get our construction liaison, get my role in that the construction programs going with Ryan and his team to make sure we're always thinking about all the parts we're doing. How's it going to impact people walking through? Can they navigate? Can they get to where they need to go? Is there proper signage, etc. Secret shopping, I want to get that going because if you're familiar, or for those of you who aren't, with our agreements with Parodies and WH Smith, they're allowed to do, I think, is it Victoria's at 15% over street pricing?
Yes.
Okay, so street pricing plus 15% is what they're allowed to charge here in the airport. We'll be going through shops and restaurants and benchmarking against other outlets here in Palm Springs in the area to make sure that they're staying within that 15% market or less. Also getting that's the price audit program, not secret, the price audit. Secret shopping, that'll be just ensuring good customer experience from the shops and restaurants. We'll be doing that too. And also, as she mentioned, the Guest Experience Council helping with large events. We're gonna get our large event plan put together. There is a full structured outline in the Guest Experience plan of how to get that together and to launch. I'm also reaching out to other airports. I've already got a meeting scheduled on January 6th with the large events team at LAX, kind of learn what they do and what their planning is. Especially how they're planning to handle for World Cup, which you're going to hear a lot about probably today. It'll be kind of our dry run to prepare how we're going to handle the influx of people we expect for LA 28 for the Olympics. And I guess on also the execute portion, just a big public launch. I'm going to have my team work with Jake. We'll do a public launch of the guest experience in January, do a big announcement to the media. I figure with the new year, it'll be a great way to start off a new positive program coming for the airport to start 2026 off for us on the right foot. And then looking ahead in other areas in advertising, as mentioned earlier, we have Spark Off, a new advertising teams coming on board. They are currently working on a new, fresh advertising campaign that'll be launching in January. Probably about the 3rd or 4th week of January, we can see those out. We've actually dialed down our advertising right now to save our funds for Spark Off. Also, you guys know in the holiday time, people are flying. I don't really have to advertise to fill a plane right now this time of year, so we're okay on that. Also, it's gonna be Grove Spark Launch. We're expanding our Spanish language advertising. As you guys know, Spanish is a widely spoken throughout the valley. There are thousands of people here where Spanish is their native language. And so we need to make sure we reach them and advertise in a way to them that will connect with them and have them encourage them to fly PSP. The guest experience, working on improving tenant communications. My team is working on a new internal newsletter. We'll be communicating with all of the staff from the airlines to the rental cars to give them accurate information on projects that'll be going on and what be impacting their day-to-day or may impact their passengers or their customers if they're coming through the airport. We'll get the guest experience program officially launched, as I mentioned, and then also working on one of the other, for wayfinding came out of the plan. We're going to be working to get a new digital terminal directory installed. If you're familiar, when you go outside of the checkpoint, there's that large static sign that says gates 12 through 20 this way, that one. We're going to change that to a large digital sign with a big digital map of the terminal, also with along the bottom scrolling for visual paging. And then it gives, and also some flight information on the back side. We can have flight information as well. And because I always like to think about it this way, I'll have a side of it for advertising to generate some additional revenue, another place to sell. We're doing a small brand refresh, just some updates of our PowerPoint presentation, which you're seeing today. Letterhead templates, internal memos, things like that. The logo is not going to change, nothing like just some of the items we use internally, and our presentations are getting updated. Along with the brand refresh, flypsp.com, our website, is when getting a website refresh. What's also driving that is Title II ADA compliance, if you guys are familiar. For those who are not familiar, by April next year, federal laws requiring us to have our website where screen readers on mobile devices and computers will help those who are visually impaired. It goes with having fonts the correct size and just basically making so the readers can say, this is a headline, I'll read the headlines to the person, the body and subtitles and things like that. That's a federal law comes into place in April. So while we're doing that, we're doing some refresh because on the website we launched in 2023, some of the videos and imagery, just the layout are becoming a little stale. So we're going to update those and basically everything above the fold and kind of put more information more readily viewable for the passenger when they first get to it. So not searching what they most usually want to see, which is flight information, parking status, etc. And then and I think, oh, that's it. Questions? Oh, wait, hold on. I missed part, air service development, I missed that one tab, sorry. So air community education, we're working on that. You guys should have gotten the invitation on February 3rd. We're doing an all valley chamber mixer here. What we'll be focusing on that one is bringing in business leaders and stakeholders and decision makers from the valley into the airport so they can learn about what the airport has going on. They can learn about all the projects we have going. We're gonna have a station on how to do business with PSP. So we're bidding out, terminal expansion. Somebody's like, how can my company do some construction work for you? Partner with maybe a larger general contractor. We'll also have areas for the folks to learn about air service development, why supporting your local airport is very important, and how driving to LAX actually hurts our air service efforts. Special events flights. If you guys are familiar, we do have some of those like Coachella and Stagecoach. The airline's already offering a couple extra sections to have added capacity. We're going to be looking for more opportunities to add special event flights. One of them I've already noted out is the Mary Nutter Collegiate Classic. Is anybody familiar with that? Christian, thank you, because it's in Cathedral City every year. It's put on UCLA at Big League Dreams. It's a softball tournament where I believe they invite the top 25 college softball teams to the Valley to come play every February. And last year, I actually attended it 2 years ago to watch OU. And went to a notable number of people there. So we reached out to the Mary Nutter folks to UCLA, and they actually have ticket sales data, but they don't have one key piece of information I need, which is zip code data to see where people are coming from. So this year with like Nutter Classic, they're going to be collecting zip code data. So we'll have that data. I'll be able to go to an airline and say, hey, I've got 10,000, well, not 10,000, right, 1,000 people from Oklahoma flying out here to watch OU. Maybe you can actually add in a couple extra flights from Oklahoma City to Palm Springs to accommodate those people and get them to use our airport instead of flying into the airport and driving to the region. So we'll be working to identify more opportunities to add in some special event flying. And then we'll continue our airline meetings with our various meetings we have coming up through the year. Now I'm done. Yes. Who's first? Start. Who's right here?
Omaha has the College Baseball World Series. They do what you're talking about.
Okay.
They do that. My question is, do we have a phone app?
We don't have an app, but our website is fully adaptable to whatever device you're using. So it's like a phone or an iPad or a desktop. It fully just automatically adapts itself.
There's one. I mean, since we're so kind of app based. I noticed the city website has. I was looking at this during your presentation. Has a little bit of air flight stuff. Then I looked like at Dallas Fort Worth and some of the others. they have a specific app for that. And I was just kind of, my wheels were spinning, was thinking like, you could book your Uber, you could book your taxi. The restaurants could say, show this app coupon and you get 10% off, that kind of thing. And we thought of going down that path.
Yeah, I can jump in here. So one of the positions that is still yet to be hired is our business intelligence developer position. And that position, actually is in their job description to create an app.
Oh, good.
So-
Good. Okay.
And going back to our guest experience plan, it had digital improvements on there too, which that would be one of them.
Yep, perfect.
But yeah.
Have you considered an airport commissioner on the guest experience council?
Not yet. Was that, actually, I was gonna ask Barbara, is it more to be frontline staff or what you recommend?
That's a discussion that you can have
Okay.
internally, but I think it's a great idea. Traditionally, it's been more, staff plus leadership from the other stakeholders. For instance, for TSA, we had the federal security director was on the council. You want people in the room who can contribute to making a unified guest experience. So a commissioner, I think other airports have considered having, an internal council and then an external council. So maybe a commissioner would
Yeah.
be
I
external.
was just saying a
yes,
commissioner would be as much of a guest as anybody, right?
Yes.
Using the airport. So,
as many perspectives as you can bring to the table as possible. It's always good.
Yeah, that's something we could definitely look at. Maybe we could do an internal and external one. But I think definitely the bulk of it really needs to be the people who are on the front line dealing with the passengers every day, because they're hearing the different things going on all day long. So they really know a lot of the touch points. So it's something I can discuss with the commission chair and the marketing chair as well to see what we want to try and do.
So I've been involved with the airport for 7.5 years, and I can say this is night and day from when I first started being involved with the airport. So phenomenal job. Question I have is, I see the 4.0, 4.3. That's all sounds great, but I don't know how that relates to other airports that are of similar size or competitor airports. Are we in the top 10%, 20%, 30% compared to other airports?
Right, so it was not a comparison with other airports.
But I mean, how do we rank? Or how are we perceived versus other airports?
So in the guest experience plan, there's actually a whole benchmarking section on this, so we can take those and look at those, and we can actually compare to other airports through the ACI, ASQ quality, air source quality surveys. we
Right,
participate in.
There's an existing benchmarking survey that compares airports to airports of similar size. And that's something that we did recommend in terms of benchmarking. But I will tell you just from hearsay, you guys are already there. I mean, in terms of the experience that people get here, in terms of the ease, in terms of the ambiance. It was so refreshing for us to see those survey results because, anything above a 4, I think that's what airports do strive for. You had many 4s along the journey.
So anything above a 4 is great. 3 is okay.
Speaking, I mean, I don't think you want to be in the 3s too much, but I think in my experience, we're always working so hard to get to a 4. So, that's something you can keep in mind. It's not, what do you call it? Valid statistically valid opinion, but it's in my experience, that's what I've seen.
And no one gets to a 5.
That's
Dave, I'll give a commissioner.
Just a fast comment. In line with Brian's suggestion about the guest experience council, I don't know if you want to have a reserved seat for somebody like this, but there's an awful lot of flight crew and cabin crew people who live here in the desert, and they commute to San Francisco and Denver to work, people who work for United or Alaska, and they live here in the desert. These folks are on airplanes and in other airports all the time. And I'm just wondering whether maybe making an effort to find somebody who's like that can add to the guest experience council, because they not only see what we do, but they see and can compare with what other airports do and can give us some feedback.
Yeah, possibly, if you can find them, sure.
Just a thought.
Commissioner
And I would
McDermott?
just add, that's a really great idea.
Okay.
If you combine them, as you said.
Yeah, we can find
But
them.
a lot of the issue is getting to the passengers on the plane and communicating with them. So if you have the crew on the council, they can help share, oh, this is what PSP is doing, and this is, how you can navigate. Share any key messages that you'd like to share.
Commissioner McDermott?
A lot of great work. Barbara, thank you for that comprehensive presentation. Really appreciate the work that you and the team have been doing. Question kind of building on what we've been hearing over here on benchmarking and KPIs and all the good stuff that we like in marketing. Is there something in the plan that's going to help us quantify success? I mean, you did brilliantly share that obviously clean restrooms equate to more spending. Is there something in our plan or overall guest experience program where we can start to see kind of some positive ROI? Because
Yes.
this is a material investment.
Yes, it's very important. So there's a whole chapter in section 8 on capturing that feedback and benchmarking. And so we've also included some KPIs, areas that you can strive for. But it's important to get that first baseline so you can track your progress along the way.
So we do have that where we can come back and say, hey, based on these steps, we've seen an increase in.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and the survey that we did was last April. That gives you sort of a benchmark to use to compare year to year. But we also include some other KPIs in that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to do annual surveys as well, so we can match. I mean, I know it's important to compare to other airports too, because there's so many other choices within our region. But I think the biggest one is just improving of ourselves every year and seeing how we're improving PSP. So I want to do an annual survey, passenger survey if we can. Other questions, please?
There's usually a large lacrosse tournament and we keep it in January, just throwing that out.
Oh, okay.
Bunch of high school kids coming out with colleges looking at them. So
If we have attendance data with zip codes, I could use that. Thank you.
on your employee survey, what percentage of participation do you get back on the survey?
Just for PSP staff or the
Yes.
full airport?
Well, whatever survey you put out with employees or
Do you remember the
participants.
Yeah.
The employee survey results, they were very minimal, which tells us that there is a need for more employee engagement.
Are those surveys anonymous?
Yes, they were anonymous.
Because that will help a lot of times. People will be afraid if there's a name associated with it. I've been there, done that, and it's, but it does help if it's anonymous, I think, a lot of times.
Fully agree.
Other than people saying my boss is awful.
100% agree with you on that.
And
Daniel, when you say, I'm sorry, when you say employees, do you mean just employees of the airport, or did that include airline employees?
Yes, we had one survey that was just PSP staff, and then we had another one for our tenant employees for the airlines and rental cars and concessions.
And they would identify themselves as either a PSP employee or a tenant employee.
Okay. And then how many navigators do you have?
We have 63 now, Jake, is that our current tally? Yeah. How many?
58.
58, we think we should be going to 63. So yeah, we've been expanding the program. So we're at 58 now, should be going probably in the low 60s fairly soon. When I started, I think we had around 40, so we've expanded the program.
Is there a way for the navigators to provide feedback to management about what they're hearing? Because
Every day.
they're really fun.
They are our first, a lot of times they're my first notification of something going wrong. They provide excellent feedback and they're always reaching out to myself or to Jake and and Jake goes down every day and checks with the shifts to see how they're doing. My staff will check in with them every day. So yeah, they are definitely our first line of anything going wrong.
One more thing on the survey, if you're not getting people to respond back, maybe with each department, if you say, look, if we get 80% back feedback, then we get something, a luncheon or something along those lines, because you want to have that feedback from your employees because they're vital to what you're trying to accomplish, I think. So
absolutely.
But if you're getting less than 50% feedback participation.
Yeah, I was surprised at the low number of it. So I definitely want to encourage that. We want to try and increase that. I want to get 100%.
Yes.
But will we ever get that? Probably not.
No.
And is the full report something we can have access to if we wish, or?
Yes, it's about this thick. But yeah, I can give you guys, if you want to see a copy, you absolutely can do that. Yeah, I will actually email you a link because the file itself will be way too big for your email.
other questions? Please.
So I think back a year ago or a little over a year ago, when I attended my first annual strategic meeting and in my mind, I was thinking, wow, there's a lot to be done and a lot has happened. This is very impressive. Congratulations to all of you for the hard work that you've done on this. It's phenomenal. And Barbara, thank you for your work and the presentation today. You talked about sustainability of these numbers, and one thing that popped into my head when you were talking about that is that we all know that there's a critical infrastructure piece coming in the coming year with escalators and the impacts that those escalators are going to have. And I'm sure we'll talk about that. I'm wondering about how that plays into your plan and the sustainability piece, how you maintain those great numbers that you have around that piece. While we work through this significant event?
And that's a great question. Airports always have some type of disruption or construction going on. And so just having a culture where everyone is thinking about what are the impacts going to be to our guests? What are they going to see, hear, feel, taste, smell? All of those things. So really building that culture so that everyone has the eyes and ears on it will really be impactful. Also, any kind of construction project, it's going to be key to have somebody at the table who understands what the impacts to the guests are going to be, how we're going to communicate that, and how it's going to be important to inform the volunteers so that they can in turn provide that, upfront service and explain things to people and help them along their way. Airports are infamous for this type of disruption. And so just having the team at the ready all the time is going to be a huge, huge impact.
So what's the communication plan back to the commission around our progress in this initiative?
I'd probably put that, I am assuming probably quarterly marketing committee updates with to Commissioner McDermott, maybe then she can in her report to the full commission. I mean, what kind of cadence would you like to see?
So it's going through marketing committee.
That's what was my initial thoughts, unless you had some other ideas.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. And I do think we should, we'll follow up on the commission's participation. I do think there's some benefits. And I also think we could identify other people who have significant travel experience, who live here and have a point of view about the airport. It could be helpful.
Okay,
So
great.
talk with that as well.
Yeah.
So ditto kudos on the project. It's come a long way and it's exciting to see this go. And certainly the values that are connected to this are consistent with what we're all trying to accomplish here at the airport. So we can pull this off. This is going to be incredible. So it's great. And thank you for your work on this. On another topic, on the air service conference that we held, Scott, were you part of that? What were the results of that and what are the outcomes of that?
Well, I think I don't have any direct outcomes to tie to it. We had representatives from, gosh, all the airlines that fly here, plus Landline, the bus service, and many airlines that don't fly here. I think really the results of it is just when Scott and his team, when we talked to them at various meetings, we told them about the different things there are for people there to do here. With the number of people coming to town and the accessibility and everything in the airport. So it really kind of reinforces that. So what came out of it, it was a lot of good, well, at least what I heard, was a lot of good positive comments from the airlines saying, we've heard you talk about this, we've never actually experienced it. We see the people here. It really it's more of a, at least on my end, more of a reinforcement of what we're telling them. It's like, it's one thing you tell somebody something, but then when you see it, it really is kind of, it helps a lot with that.
The audiences are the airlines.
Yes, audience with the airlines. So like the airlines, we had about almost a dozen representatives from almost a dozen airlines. And their airports come because they get to meet with airlines as well. I think we had 30 different airports in attendance too, but the primary audience for us are the airlines and to educate them on our valley and why we should grow air service here and our efforts to get more people to travel through our airport and add summertime service, et cetera.
Well, I'll add to that, Chair Corcoran. So I think some of the recent announcements that you've seen with some of our air service development were a product of that conference as well. And for most of the people who don't understand air service development, it takes years sometimes to court an airline to add a route or make a strategic change. And so planting that seed in those meetings is important for us.
The best thing in air service development is a marathon, not a sprint. And especially when we go to reach, when we get the FIS belt, we're going towards international service. We've actually started having conversations with international carriers over a year ago. When we're going to FIS, because we're talking that could be a 3 to 5 year game to get, Sort of like from London, for instance. It's a very long day where a domestic flight still takes plenty of time, but it's the length of time is not near as long as for international.
Scott, do you have any color?
I was gonna say that the biggest part is having a relationship. So building a relationship, it's much better to build that relationship in person than via Zoom. So, and these individuals are very, very busy. So to be able to get their time and get in front of them is critical. So
It's good.
yeah, and then we follow up with them. It helps because they've been, they're like, oh yeah, I remember that. Just really helps our conversations going forward.
Last ask is just to, if we could just review the ad campaigns to refresh the commission on what's happening before it goes out.
Yeah, so we're gonna have it launched. I'll have the dates for you together. I'm gonna have actually have a whole folder put together with all the different ads. I'm gonna give that to you guys so you can see everything. So
Any other questions before we go to break? Go once, go twice. Daniel, turn it back to you. Go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'm also gonna host the TLC MC today. So earlier when I told you guys that I get to sprinkle myself in all the departments, I probably sprinkle myself in the marketing department more than any. Oftentimes I will skip into Jake and Steven's office and say 4 words. It's either like so, and it's normally gonna be led with I need something, or who did this, or why did we do this? So this team is truly the heartbeat of the guest experience. So we're very fortunate to have just such a small team that can get so much done. So with that, we are about to take break. Tanya, do you want to let the public know?
Yes, so we'll go ahead and take a break of 15 minutes. So we'll return at 10:35 for the public attending.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our next section today is going to be around airside operations, safety management systems, maintenance, and emergency planning. We had a couple of people that are out sick today, one being Jeremy. So Harry is going to step in and speak on his behalf. And then Ramon will take Jacob's spot, who is also. So I turn it over to you.
All right, good morning again. I'm Harry/Jeremy. And so Jeremy, earlier this year, as part of our new organization, Jeremy kind of stepped away from a lot of the planning and development role that he had absorbed over time. And I really broke his and Victoria's roles into 2. So Jeremy oversees operations, maintenance, and safety management systems, and those are really kind of the unseen divisions. For the most part, a lot of what they do are behind the scenes and you wouldn't see them, but they're probably our largest and most important divisions. I say most important, not disparaging any of the others. But primarily those roles are compliance roles. They help us keep in compliance with the FAA, with the TSA, with all of the federal agencies, as well as the city agencies. And so there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes that you all just don't see when it comes to maintaining the runways and the taxiways, the aprons, the terminal areas, things like that. So we're going to have those managers speak to that. But before we get into that, some of the highlights that Jeremy wanted to talk about, that has been over the last year. He really was integral in delivering our concessions program. So he basically, until kind of had to
There we go.
Thank you. So until Harmon came on board and Ryan came on board, Jeremy was basically the point person for most of the concessions program. So in this last year, he was responsible for delivering Pink Door, Trio, and Bingo Bolo, and getting those off the ground and running with Parodies and WH. Consequently, both concessionaires were up for awards this year with Airports Council International. And so we've had multiple nominations for awards, both on the construction side as well as the guest experience side, delivery of those programs. And just being nominated at national and international level, if you count Canada, is a huge deal for us. Also Wi-Fi enhancement. So that was actually one of the areas where we needed improvement, and we've been working toward that incrementally over the last couple of years. And so we executed a major project last year to add access points throughout the campus for Wi-Fi. This year, we're working on some of those areas that weren't touched, so outdoor areas as well as within the concessions themselves. We've heard some feedback, particularly from Trio, where we had some issues with Wi-Fi. Jeremy's been executing on that. So weird. I'm looking at this one.
On delay.
Yeah, they're both on delay. So, high priority project. Right now I've got Jeremy kind of managing the World Cup operation. And even though that's happening mostly in the LA region, we think we're gonna get some impacts here. The reason we know that is because when we have a Super Bowl in LA or a Super Bowl in Las Vegas, we see a bump here in Palm Springs. And so we think the World Cup is gonna provide a little bit of general aviation activity. Probably won't be as impactful as some of the other airports in the LA region. But we think we're gonna see some opportunity there. And this is actually gonna be a test bed for the Olympics in 2028. And so we do think, in fact, I'm pretty confident that we're gonna see some activity for the 2028 Olympics. We're talking about 15 million people coming into the LA area. All of the Southern California airports are going to be impacted by that. So Jeremy's really kind of doing a dry run with the World Cup in preparation for the 2028 Olympics. Also with FIS planning, Federal Inspection Station. So that's been one of our core objectives for quite a while, is trying to expand international air service here at Palm Springs. And we've had some momentum on that in recent history. So we've been working behind the scenes with Customs and Border Protection on a strategy. We had a really good initial meeting a few months ago with the Director of Field Operations for Customs and Border Protection. And we were encouraged to do a formal request to CBP headquarters for an FIS. So we'll be making that formal request in February of next year. Jeremy's role in that is citing and making sure that we're figuring out how we're going to operate an FIS on the airfield and what that looks like. So he's been working behind the scenes with our consultants on the planning piece of that to ensure that we've got a facility that's sized right and ready for that type of operation. We're continuing to work on concessions program delivery. So we've still got two, actually, locations that are outstanding. The first is the Movie Colony Cantina, which Jeremy is working on with Parodies. The other one is our duty free, which should be delivered by summer next year. So Jeremy's been working on those behind the scenes. And then a runway rehabilitation project. We've been in planning for that for about a year now. And between Jeremy and Ryan, they've been working on that as well. We're looking to do a rehab project probably around the 2029 timeframe. So that's kind of what's on his radar. And while he's doing that, he's also running 3 different divisions. So I'll actually turn it over, I think we're known as first, the airside operations, and he can dive deeper into what he does on a day-to-day basis. So,
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, all the guests in the room. Again, my name is Ramon Sanchez. I'm the Airside Operations Manager. Let me go over a few items here from my team. My team is comprised of 23 individuals that include some supervisory staff. And that core group, along with the efforts of all of the other divisions, help us maintain a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year responsibility to meet compliance, safety, security, and operational efficiency. Some of the items here are some highlights that meet our responsibilities as well as align with our flight path. So this last year we completed our taxiway whiskey one rehab with 0 incidents. These 2 taxiways are our main commercial aircraft taxiways that allow those aircraft to come to the terminal. We remarked aircraft gates and optimized layouts to increase efficiency. What does this mean? About 3 years ago, we had gates that only accommodated certain aircraft, giving us less options of where we put planes when air carriers grow their service. We have gradually made changes to those, and we remarked all of them to accommodate as many aircraft at each parking position as possible. That gives us a growth opportunity
more efficiency, accommodation. And so it maximizes that aircraft accommodation to as many gates as possible. We also have advanced our wildlife hazard mitigation plan. It is in the FAA approval process. And this is just updating our wildlife hazard plan. We have to have that at an airport. Wildlife is critical to daily operations, and that helps us keep the airport running safely with wildlife in mind. And we also held an emergency plan, airport emergency plan exercise. Emergency preparedness is paramount to the airport continuity. And since then, we have brought on another team member with Tom, and he'll speak to his efforts along with that. Current priorities and strategic alignment. We maintain operational safety during runway and taxiway marking, removal, and reapplication projects. We will be doing this in perpetuity. We keep that runway going, moving to 300 every day, all day. And part of that necessitates maintenance. And that means touching up markings, removing rubber from the airfield, treating the pavement, just trying to extend the life of our runway and taxiways to meet our performance and our operations. Expanding the common use system within the ticketing lobby and at airport gates. Kind of like marking our gate parking, we added common use to all of our gates. And we are expanding that to some of our ticketing counters in the ticketing lobby. And if you don't know what common use is, it is essentially, prior to that, airlines had proprietary equipment at a gate, which means if United Airlines is at gate 5, let's just say, and we needed to put one of their aircraft at gate 9, it was difficult for them to operate the board and have those planes leave on time unless they had equipment there. By transitioning to common use, it is like having your cell phone with all the apps available for every airline at each computer. And so United could be at any of our gates, touch their app, and now they can operate, board that plane, and have it go out on time. So every single gate has common use equipment at it. We have 15 ticket counter positions that have common use that allow more flexibility at the ticket counter as well. Some of you have seen some of the congestion out there. This will allow us, A, to bring in more service, or B, give some of the existing carriers the ability to kind of slide over and maybe decongest terminal a bit, because as you know, we're kind of landlocked out there. So we're doing everything we can to try to help in those areas. But that's what common use brings us. Progressively develop staff to stay up with industry changes. Harry alluded to this in his opening statement. There's constant changes, updates that we need to keep our staff up to date on to meet compliance. And just with new technology, and I'll speak on another item here in a second, our staff is continuously learning, staying on top of new trends that are happening, new things that the FAA is bringing to airports, all of it to safety. It's not, everything behind compliance has to do with safety. Our passengers arrive and depart safe every day with every landing and departure. Some things that are coming up for operations. Working through redesign of the Agua Caliente concourse exterior to improve gate parking alignment. As we have expanded the gate parking, some of you have probably traveled through the terminal and at times noticed that our gates weren't numbered according to the additional gate parking that we had. The terminal was originally designed for, I believe, 9 gates, and it's expanded to 13. And so every door is now utilized as a boarding gate. So we had to renumber that. Part of that was the gate parking, but the exterior of the Agua Caliente concourse is going to need a little more work so that those gates are marked properly. The gate parking positions are marked for the pilots. Sometimes when our passengers are out there, if the airlines don't have plenty of delineation when they're walking on those paths out there, looking at the building, it's pretty sparse right now of what the numbering exists. What previously existed does not align, so we're going to be working on getting that updated. And that should expand on the customer experience as well.
upon arriving. The FAA has also decided they are, implementing airfield, we're enhancing airfield safety with installation of surface surveillance system. The FAA is contracted to place a system at every towered airport in the country. We are gonna be an airport that gets its system in March of 26. We are already working through getting the infrastructure installed for this equipment. And what this does is it tracks every aircraft on the ground, that the tower gets to see. This will also include ground vehicles that have access to the runways and taxiways. This is to increase safety, prevent incursions, and incursions is when a vehicle or aircraft enter what's called the movement area, and that's where commercial aircraft and all aircraft traverse without permission. That's what an incursion is. So this is to help the tower see everything that's moving out there. They have line of sight. We're not a big airport like LAX where there's activity happening all around them. However, they still need additional tools to help them keep our activity safe. So that is being installed in about March, and all of our ops vehicles will also have that tracking antenna so that they can see all of those ground vehicles out on the air side as well. This is what I have for the operations side of things. Is there any question that I might be able to answer before I move on to the maintenance?
Ramon,
Yes, sir.
you did a emergency plan exercise?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming you have an ERP, an emergency response plan as part of that?
Yeah, yes, and for us, it's a airport emergency plan that's required. We're required to have that by the FAA, so we do have that, and it is in the process of also being updated.
Is there a chance to see that?
There are some, yeah, we can share that. Some of those, there's some items on there that are considered security sensitive, so we can share the whole document. But certainly any of the elements that are not, we can share.
Yeah, and in my presentation, I'll be talking about some of the updates coming to that.
Oh, and how often do you do that, this exercise, the emergency exercise?
So we have to do one, we're required to do one every year. Every third year, we do a full scale exercise. And what that means is we're not sitting in the conference room.
You're not doing the tabletop, in
Yeah,
other words.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that is correct.
Cool, thanks.
Any other questions for?
We're gonna hold questions to the end of this section. Go ahead.
All right,
No, sir.
okay, and now it will be Jacob. Hopefully I can answer some questions. If not, collectively in the room, we'll be able to answer some. We're gonna start out in discussing some of the maintenance wins. We made a lot of guest improvement upgrades this year. We replaced a 25-year-old elevator equipment with scheduled PM or preventative maintenance plan. We should expect this investment to last just as long or longer than the previous one. That was completed recently. We upgraded our sewage pump system, resulting in 0 shutdowns since its completion. One of the things that our guests don't see is when this system, you don't see it every day, but you feel the effects when we've had closures. So the first half of the year, we had 5 separate restroom closures, resulting in a total of 7 days of closures. These incidents resulted in $35,000 in contractor repair services, which doesn't include the loss of sales that impacted 9 cities as part of the closure. Since the upgrade, we've had 0 faults. So that's a great win for the airport as a whole, not just the maintenance division. We reduced our baggage handling system faults by 22% year over year. The baggage handling system, with our current fault resolution, for the year 2024, we had a total of 20,311 immediate fault responses that were corrected by maintenance staff. For the year 2025, we had 15,700 immediate fault responses. So it's a 22.7% reduction in faults. As we improve our maintenance and them educating themselves with the system, we will have a better effort as we move forward with the existing system. What maintenance's focuses are coming up Continued development of SOPs or standard operating procedures with a strong focus on custodial and sanitation. Obviously, that's a strong point for us, and it was alluded to also in the presentation on Daniel's presentation that can contribute to your board success. Cross-training maintenance technical staff to support non-standard operations. I'd like to speak more on that, but I don't have enough information on that specifically, other than the cross-training portion to have more efficiency with our staff. Revisiting airfield maintenance program to enhance effectiveness. This is in conjunction with operations and putting an effort in collectively to really stay ahead of anything that could arise. We're trying to transition from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. We're so busy that sometimes you can't get away from that, but we're making efforts towards inching with a proactive approach when it comes to our airfield. Guest feedback helps us improve. We do a lot every day to keep the airport looking good, but there are times when we miss something. When that happens, our guests actually help us out. Our website there, our website, there's a simple form where anyone can report an issue they see. Those messages come straight to our team and we act on them pretty quickly. It is a great extra set of eyes for us, and it helps us fix things fast so the experience stays consistent for everyone. And I believe that's on the Fly PSP website. You can see that.
flypsp.com/contact. We also have signage around the terminal with QR codes for people saying comments, concerns. They can scan those, like with your the restrooms or the areas to do immediate contact to get straight to the form without having to navigate to the URL. And also the navigators.
And what's next on the maintenance side? The establishment of a new waste disposal yard is coming. We are waiting to receive a new paint truck and train staff for effective operation. This is also in conjunction with operation. This is going to help us reduce contracts for external work that we can bring in-house. Continue procurement of enterprise asset management system. So that's in process. We need to upgrade our existing systems to a more robust system to incorporate our upcoming baggage handling system, and that's going to have a lot of inventory and work that's going to take place, and then allow us to keep track of everything as we grow. And we want to enhance preventative maintenance program that includes all new and upgraded equipment as fiscally feasible if we can do that. And I will then now turn it over to hopefully Morejon.
Good morning, everyone. You come to the most exciting part of the presentation, which is day for the next 4 hours. So my name is Josue Morejon, and I'm the Airport Safety Management Systems Manager, right? Or SMS Manager for sure. Now, what the SMS program has done for the airport is it's created the structure, it's brought consistency and accountability to the way that we approach safety. Doesn't mean that we weren't doing this before, we just formalized the process. Now, we recognize that this was something that was needed due to new FAA requirements, but the airport also recognized that it was a needed investment. And that's to make sure that our operations strengthen through safety. The flight path priorities that our program, the SMS program, supports is our people and culture program, as we continue to change the mind to a more safety, from culture, and also our operational excellence. So as we just talked about operations and maintenance, safety touches just about every area of the airport. So today I'd like to also thank the commission for your support in creating this role. It was needed not only for requirements, but also to maintain a safe environment for our public and our team. So today we'll talk about some current wins, the most recent wins, our continued focus, and our, what's next for the program. Before I get too much into that, I want to just go over a quick overview of what SMS is. Like I said, this is not something that we hadn't been doing, it just formalizes the process. And that's the very first thing that SMS does, formalize every aspect of safety. It creates a clear policy that is followed from top down, from Harry all the way down to our newest team. It creates risk management policies and procedures for everything that we're bringing in. Like Ramon said, we're bringing in new equipment, now we have to do a risk assessment on it, and training, making sure that we're as safe as possible operating the new equipment. And then it ensures that those policies and procedures that we're putting in place are effective, right? We can write all the policies and procedures, manuals, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're monitoring for effectiveness. And lastly, it promotes safety across the entire property, all the way down to the tenants, across the way to our GA partners. Everybody is involved in the safety process. So some of our recent wins, the SMS manual has been accepted. And this is what the airport put together saying, hey, this is what the airport's gonna do to meet our FAA requirements. This means that the FAA is okay with everything that we put in there. And as long as we remain true to the contents of the manual, we will remain compliant. We have created a safety reporting system that allows the end user to submit any safety concerns throughout the property, as well as any recommendations that they may have. All that comes to me and it goes into a database. This will eventually be an application, since we're talking about applications earlier today. The public can submit concerns using the same form that Daniel alluded to on flightpsp.com/contact. Anything safety that the team gets then comes to me for review. We have also created communication systems, so monthly bulletins on safety topics, outreach meetings on safety topics. In the first quarter of next year, we're establishing our airport safety committee, and that will be stakeholders here at the airport that will meet quarterly to review any safety risk assessments, review any issues that we may not have captured, and then just open dialogue on safety. And I think that that's the most impactful thing we can do, is actually have conversations and try to get that information firsthand from those, at the line level. And lastly, we're seeing a culture shift where people are empowered not only to report, right, but also take action. So what we've adopted is something you've heard before on the security side: see something, say something. So we've adopted that and added do something, right? Because if we can create an action plan right there, and we can do something to mitigate that safety concern, it could avoid some problems down the line. Then it comes back to me for review, and then we can do something more long-term. Our current focus is to keep the public and the team in a safe environment. Right? Compliance is a huge thing, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that our passengers, our guests, and our team members are coming in and leaving, in one piece. Just the way that they came in, we're delivering them to wherever they're going, or receiving them, with that Palm Springs welcome. We want to continue to develop a safety culture that thinks proactively about safety, so we're not reactive. We're not waiting for something to happen to take action, but we're taking the data available and making, changes based on that. We're currently reviewing processes across the entire organization to make sure that we're in compliance with local, state, and federal laws. But more importantly, again, just to make sure that we're being as safe as we can for all those involved. And then working with each division to create resources to identify hazards and be able to take those litigation steps a little easier for our team, and policies that have staying power. Because again, we can put all the literature we want, but if we don't think about the end user, all that's for nothing. So what's next for the SMS program? The SMS is all about data collection, interpreting that data. So we're going to use technology. So our IT team, in combination with myself, are partnering with ESRI, which is one of the leading geographical information system companies, to develop an application. And what this will do is it will allow the end user to be able to geotag the location for that recommendation or the safety concern, be able to add photos, be able to add videos, and anything else that they deem necessary. This is going to be dynamic. We can change this as we go, just like the manual. We can review this and make sure that we're capturing current conditions. Additionally, we're ensuring that we're getting this information out to our tenants using a number of different technologies, where it talks of using kiosks, our website, notification systems, email, and then the quarterly newsletter as well. And then we'll continue to promote safety across the entire property. in order to do that, safety must be embedded in every aspect of the organization. Right, so from executive decisions all the way down to the person executing, the work out on the field. And so the way that we're gonna do that is, again, combining effort with each division and the tenants and making sure that we do as much outreach as possible and embed that message into everything that we do. I'm almost done here, but I want to share some of the information that we've gotten so far. And now, the system has been live, and right now, that's just a Microsoft form where you can submit that information across the board. It's been live for about 2 months and a half. It took some time to get traction on that and get people to submit those reports. But so far, we have 37 unique reports, 35 of that is mitigated. And then the rest either need a little bit more observation or a full risk assessment to take the proper action. Additionally, we have conducted safety risk assessments on 3 different items regarding procedures, new procedures, and 1 new tenant at the airport. And we have 3 other ones scheduled. And what this does is essentially we're getting ahead of it, right? Something new happens. We're starting with that safety process in mind, making sure that we identify hazards and we put the mitigations in place. So then Ramon's team can come in and the maintenance teams can come in and essentially reinforce that, inspect, and make sure that the enforcement is happening. Thank you.
Sir. Good morning, everyone. What are we doing this morning? Good. We're very interactive presenters, so bear with me here. I had the opportunity to meet many of you back at the October commission meeting, but for those that I haven't, my name is Tom Woodard. I'm the new Airport Emergency Plan Administrator here. I'm very, very thrilled to be in this position for a couple of reasons. First off, I come from 20 years in emergency management in Southern California. But the other reason is I spent much of my childhood around general aviation here in Southern California. So this is something that's very, very personal to me. So very, very excited to be here. It also tells me that Director Barrett, the executive team here, and yourselves are taking emergency management very seriously. There's still several airports in our nation and here in Southern California that really do not have full-time emergency management staff. And I think that's a critical weakness because number one, here in Southern California, we really are at the crossroads of disaster, threat, hazard. I mean, not only do we have the risks that come with an aviation environment, but obviously we deal with earthquakes, wildfires. I wouldn't have said this 3 years ago, but hurricanes. There's a wide variety of threats and hazards that we deal with. And coming from the time in this business that I have been, airports are critical to our roles of emergency management in how we bring continuity to our communities, how we recover, and how we begin that rebuilding process. So again, very excited to be in this role. I just want to take a few brief minutes to talk about kind of the way the role is structured at the moment, what I'm doing, and really kind of what I'm looking to do the next 9 to 12 months. So as was mentioned earlier before, it is a new role, primarily focused on our emergency disaster planning, but there's more that goes to that. It is much more of a holistic approach. Aside from just writing plans, putting them on a shelf and going home at the end of the day, really looking at coordination with our first responders and our supporting agencies, making sure that we're building those relationships in advance. As first responders, we always say, we want to know who somebody is before the incident. We don't want to be meeting when we're out at the scene on the back of the truck. That's not the way to get things started. And, again, not only look at our first responder agencies, but all the supporting agencies that go with that. Heaven forbid, if we have a catastrophic incident here, you're going to have a lot of people showing up to the party, the NTSB, the Red Cross, other agencies. We want to have those relationships built beforehand and have those integrated into our planning and response processes. Building our relationships and our engagement with our tenants and stakeholders. Again, we are in an environment where there's more of them than there is of us as far as the staff side. We're going to need their help and support when it comes to not only building these programs, but frankly, when, I'm not just saying if, when something happens. So again, how do we incorporate them into our preparedness and response processes? And not looking at this again from just a planning standpoint, but really holistically from a program management standpoint. How do we build a true emergency management program that supports the training, the exercises, the planning, all the regulatory bits and so forth that really go into a holistic EM program? So with that, my major goals that I'm working on at the moment. Commissioner Valdez, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned our airport emergency plan earlier, okay? I am super excited to hear that you're interested in that. I am looking forward to your input. But before we do that, one of the things I'm trying to do right now is kind of, if I were to describe my plan for the next 12 months, it's hitting the reboot button. Okay, and really start first looking at our strategic planning in terms of emergency management. Okay, so for example, one of the things I just started working on is what we did in my industry, we call it THIRA, Threat and Hazard Identification and Risk Assessment. And that's really digging into what are our threats and hazards here? What are those that are going to most challenge us when they occur? And what are we going to need to deal with those? So for example, if we're talking a fire in the field farm, how many fire engines am I going to need? How many firefighters? How many first aid kits? How much water? How many widgets, etc. Okay. And really using that to build out, okay, what are the capabilities that we need to have in place, or at least that we need to be able to resource when it happens. So that's what I'm starting on right now is our strategic planning process. There's going to be a gap analysis that goes with that and really look at that over the next couple of months. After April, which is when our next tabletop exercises be, is when we're going to start digging into the AEP. And I am a big believer in what my peers would call whole community planning. The whole idea of whole community planning is we bring all of the stakeholders, or at least representation of all the stakeholders, to the table. So if you want to be involved in the development of that plan document, I absolutely encourage that. Please reach out to Director Barrett. We'll find the most appropriate way to do that. I'm very excited to have that input. Some of the other things that go with that from the strategic planning approach is what we would call a multi-year training and exercise planning program. Ramon mentioned a little earlier the AEP exercise that was done earlier this year, talked about some of the regulatory requirements that go with that. Josue has talked about some of the safety management stuff. Well, we put together a true, what we would call MITEP. We love our acronyms, of course. We want to look at just not what are the regulatory needs, but we want to look at what are the things we've identified in our gap analysis? What are the things that we've identified in previous exercises and trainings as issues? What's the corrective actions that we've done since then? And are those truly improving? If they are, great. If they're not, why? And really put metrics to that. So super excited about that. One of the things that's been identified since I came in the door is doing real incident management training for our staff. Everybody here has what we would call the basics of incident command system training. ICS, they're required to have that as city employees, but that's very, very basic. If we have a major incident and I don't have first responders coming right away because it's a big disaster, how does someone step into the role of the incident commander and start making the strategic decisions that have to be made when it comes to the protection of life, property, and environment? Okay. And last but not least, I mentioned our tenant stakeholder engagement. How do we, again, build them into these same plans, build them into these processes, make them partners? A big part of that, which I know has been mentioned in some of our previous commission meetings, is our mass notification system, Everbridge, which we have been spending a lot of time building out. We now have that system almost ready to go. I'm working on doing some training with some of our staff here. My hope is for that system to go live either mid or late next month. We're also going to be building in some extra features to that system that I think is really going to help raise our safety paradigm here at the airport. So with that, that's it for me.
All right, so normally this is where Jerry would stand up and everybody could throw things at get out of the water. And we're gonna open it up to questions.
I want to ask you a few questions, Tom.
Yes, sir.
So, and just want to say, it's music to my ears hearing you talk about community engagements. I am the chair of the operations committee, and a year or two back, I had brought to the committee a question about how are planning for emergencies is integrating into the county level system for planning for the big one. Because I'm of firm opinion that the 10 is probably unreliable in a major earthquake. We've seen what happens with Black Friday. So I think an earthquake would probably be much worse. And the airport may be a lifeline for the entire valley. So
I will absolutely concur with it. And I talked about that stakeholder engagement. I think some of our biggest stakeholders there is the Riverside County Office of Emergency Services, which luckily I already bring in some great relationships with, and starting to already build some of the relationships with our local city emergency managers. To give you some context, before I was here, I spent just shy of the last 8 years with one of our travel nations. So very familiar with our travel partners here in the area. And also bring a lot of connections with our Governor's Office of Emergency Services partners. So really trying to start doing that outreach now. Cal OES, which is the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, has some great catastrophic planning around earthquake, and a lot of that already revolves around the transportation component. So I want to make sure as they upgrade that over their same 3 to 5 year cycle, we get plugged into that. But we do have to handle some things here first. So it's doing a lot of that at the same time. Thank you. Bill? Sure.
How long have you had the formalized SMS in place?
So that was July is when the mail went in officially to the FAA. So, and I started in May, late May. So it's been a few months now.
Congratulations to you and the whole group for putting an SMS together. Having put one together myself, I know how much hard work it is. It sounds like you guys are doing everything that needs to be done in an SMS. You're identifying risk, you're mitigating, you're looking at data before anything happens. You have a vibrant culture of reporting, which is a big part of it. Again, if you can get people to buy into it and report things before they happen. The fact that we don't have a lot of news stories about the airport itself tells me that it's probably already working. And that's what you want, like no news is good news sort of deal. So congratulations to you. I know how much hard work it takes for an SMS to come alive. It's a living, breathing document. You're always reviewing, you're always looking at things. So congratulations to you. It is spot on as far as I can tell.
And, you know, I had a little bit of help because like I said, you know, we have a team here that care about safety from the ground. Now we're just formalizing. What used to take place in 5 meetings, now can take place in.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, it's, yeah,
Really good team.
great job.
Good
Great
question.
One last thing I had, we talked about, having somebody look at the runway, for possible repairs. I know we talked about 2029. Ryan, I think I talked to you and, did anything come of that as we have a good runway?
We have an operational runway, yes. There are some concerns there. There are some concerns there. But we do have some life left in our runway that will get us to that point where we can actually reconstruct it.
Outstanding. Thank you.
So we're looking at a complete reconstruction of the main runway.
There will be a complete reconstruction, yes.
And Ryan will speak to that later.
Okay.
That's coming up.
Oh, sorry.
Other questions? Scott, a question to you on the Olympics. If this is a dry run with soccer this summer, will we be proactive and encouraging people to come here in and around the Olympics and really build up this as a destination as part of that whole experience?
Yeah, we've actually even been trying to get some of the Olympic teams that consider training out here. But what we've discovered is they want everything for free. Don't have a lot of budgets to pay for the training, but yeah, our team is definitely going to be promoting internationally to all. We have international representation in the UK, Germany, France, Australia, India, part-time in China, obviously Canada as well. So we'll be reaching out and doing, promotions and kind of encourage people to do a pre or post here or fly into here. I think certainly a lot of people will maybe fly to other parts of the state, even San Francisco, I think, and drive down, especially internationally. They want to take advantage of that. And I know Visit California is going to be doing that a lot as well, and we will tag on with that with them.
Great. Any other comments or questions from the bus?
On one of on the maintenance for winds on the baggage handling system faults are 20% down. What is a fault, I guess is?
So anytime a bag gets stuck, a sensor identifies something with a belt or a motor that stops the belt system, somebody needs to physically respond to reset that. Sometimes it means moving a bag, sometimes it means replacing a motor, depending on what the fault, what caused it, or it could just be a component that goes out. So we have staff that are continuously monitoring that system in the area to keep that system going.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Move forward.
All right. So this team, they are very important. They don't always have the most glamorous jobs and what they have to do, but they do help functioning as an employee. So up next, we have Victoria, who is Professor in Security Land Business Management and Administration.
Right. You know, it's almost lunchtime. We'll try to go quickly, but.
I saw Victoria, that's fantastic.
So, one of the big things that I've heard in common with everybody speaking today, and even that I see in this room today, is that we have a lot of, airport staff. I counted a total of 17 airport staff members in the room here. And so, one of the things in our strategic pillars was the people and culture. So earlier, Josue had mentioned that we're really developing and setting the tone for the culture. And even having all of our staff in here today doing these presentations, we're really trying to show and connect our staff with the community, with our stakeholders, and show that we are really trying to change the culture of Palm Springs International Airport. And so by having everybody in the room and doing their presentations on their respective divisions, you know, we are really making that change, and we're really trying to shift that. So, you know, the next few slides that we're going to talk about today are going to be over the different divisions that of security, landside, business administration, and airport administration. Earlier today, I introduced some commissioners to Liz Granillo. She is our airport accountant. She does a lot here behind the scenes with our monthly financial and our grant applications, our audit for the airport and the city's audit, as well as an FAA audit. So she does a lot of behind the scenes work. She was here earlier today, and she's a big component of our team here. Also today we have Kristen West, who is with airport security. She makes sure that the airport security is safe and secure. So you know, not something that people think about when they come into the airport. They think about, you know, their guest experience, how they get in and out of the airport quickly. And then we have Ed Graff, who is with the landside operation. So as Barbara had mentioned earlier, when she had that graph on the screen there, it was, you know, the front terminal, the curbside terminal, the public parking, that is potentially one of the first things that our arriving passengers see and touch whenever they get to this airport. And it could even be one of the last thing that the passengers see whenever they're leaving, because they're getting a rental car or they're getting into their car from public parking. So Ed Graff helps with that division there. And then Christina Brown, a lot of behind the scenes administration. Previously, Christina, she was in Tanya's role of running the airport commission meetings, and then she has transitioned into an executive role where she's overseeing all of the administration and all of the expense contracts. She'll go into detail about all the contracts that she oversees and operates. And then Lowell Valencia Miller also works with all of the opposite side of that, with the money that's coming in. So everything that we do here every single day, we have to make sure that we have contracts in place, and we are working with all of our partners, our vendors, our consultants, our tenants, our contractors that come onto the airport. So we keep that piece going on the administrative side. One thing I wanted to go over, just so that everybody could see where we were and where we're at today. For fiscal year 26, we have an operating budget of 50 million. So when you compare that to where we were 5 years ago, we've more than doubled that. So that means that all of the infrastructure that you see here, all of the operations that are happening, like Ramon had mentioned, that he has, you know, everything that's happening on the runway and the painting of the runway lines and the equipment that's getting purchased, all of that rolled into our airport operating budget. So, on a capital side, this beautiful conference room that we're in here today, that's, you know, that rolled into our budget. So with our operating expenses that we have at our airport on the day-to-day basis, we're really making sure that the infrastructure that we have in place is going to last us and is also going to help enhance the guest experience. So our funding sources. We like to use other people's money. Okay. We don't like to use our own money. We like to look for federal funding, and there's different buckets of federal funding. We have the airport improvement program, as well as the airport terminal program. Those are ways that we either through competition or through what we are entitled to, excuse me, we apply for these fundings. And that's where Liz comes into place, along with Brian Kasperi's team. And we make sure that we get those applications in whenever there's a notice of funding opportunity that is put out from the FAA, from the Federal Aviation Administration. Some of these different types of fundings has different types of things that we can apply for. So if you look at the AIP program, it depends on, you know, do we do we have eligible projects that are here to enhance the safety, capacity, and environmental projects versus the airport terminal program, which is a little bit more focused on terminals, baggage system, accessibility, and sustainability, and anything that relates to the passenger experience and freight. So those are different types of buckets of money that we have there. Our passenger facility charges and our customer facility charges are fees that we collect from our passengers. So when you purchase an airline ticket, you are paying a $4.50 fee, and it's capped at $18 depending on how many times you go from here to a connecting airport to your destination, from your destination to your connecting to back. We can collect up to $18 through our passenger facility charges, but that bucket of money comes through terminal. It has to go towards projects that are related to terminal, airfield, and debt service. And then our customer facility charges are the charges that are imposed onto the passengers that are renting vehicles. And those fees that are collected can then be turned around and used for rental car related infrastructure, shuttle buses, and maintenance. So with all of our projects that we have, and I'm sure you've all been tracking our master planning process, and then Ryan's going to go into detail on all the projects that we have upcoming later on. We have to get creative with how we're going to fund all these different projects. And so there is an opportunity for general airport revenue bonds, and that relies on our annual operating revenue. So earlier you saw that we have a $50 million operating budget. We have about a $52 million, and it could climb, operating revenue budget. So any surplus that we have, we are able to potentially back any general airport revenue bonds if we decide to move into the future and take out a bond so that we can fund our capital projects. And then one opportunity that we've been exploring probably mostly over the last maybe, 1 to 3 to 5 years, we've talked about doing a public-private partnership. So we've explored that opportunity where we would utilize private capital to finance, build, operate, and even sometimes maintain an asset. So like, for instance, if we decided to do a P3 on our consolidated rental car facility, we could somehow either have them finance and build it, or they could finance, build it, and maintain it. They could finance, build it, operate, and maintain it. So, we're getting creative with the funds that we have, or the opportunities, and of how to fund some of our major capital projects. Okay, can you save your question to the end, please? Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna turn this over to Kristen West. Yasmin is actually the airport security manager, but she was also not available to make it in today. So Kristen is going to cover the security side.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. We have to meet a few of you already this morning, and a whole handful of them I already know because we all work together. So I am here just filling in, so be patient with me. I'm going to do the best I can. But security is a big part of keeping PSP running smoothly. Victoria said, you don't really think about the security when you come in to the building. We don't want you to. If we're doing our job correctly, you're not thinking about the security. So that means we're doing our department correctly. We are working on all sorts of different things. This is our past year. So we have just completed, a few months ago, we completed our TSA inspection. Up until this year, it's an annual inspection. We do this so that basically we're making sure that we are in compliance with all of TSA's rules and regulations. A very important part of security for the airport. We want to continue to stay up to date with all of their rules and regulations, so we're keeping our passengers safe and secure. We are rewriting our security plan, and our security plan is necessary. Again, we are making sure that we're keeping up to date on all the rules and regulations that TSA is putting out. They will put out new ones. They put out security directives, and we're just trying to keep up with that. It's been a little bit since we have updated our security plan, so. We are, again, working on that. We have airports, worker screening. I don't know if any of you are aware of this, but just like the passengers that come through this airport, we do screening of our employees. So there are certain times where we are screening every employee that's going through a door to get to the back sterile area. So this helps keep us safe, all of the airport, our traveling public. Enhanced perimeter fencing, you may notice as you drive around, you see some razor wire that's been put up. That has helped us to try to eliminate the fence jumpers and the people that try to get onto the airfield. So we're trying to keep that airfield safe by upgrading the fencing. We've done some of this in the past where we have increased the height, but we went with razor wire to assist. Security training. In the past couple of months, we've done a couple different things with agencies, outside agencies, where we are doing training. One of them was with our federal air marshals, and we did some drone training. And what they did for us is kind of show us how many drones we have in the area or we get in our area, how we need to respond and report if we get a drone report. So that's pretty important for us. The other thing that we did is worked with TSA, and they did an exercise where we participated with the EOD specialists. These individuals are tactical and technical explosive experts of ordnance disposal. So the different agencies that came and helped us out was TSA, their EOD. We had Riverside Sheriff's Department. We had 29 Palms Military. So we have quite a few people here. They were actually here late at night. So we were doing this training in different sections of our building. So it helps them out if we ever have a security incident and they need to come in and respond. They've had access to our checkpoint and our VHS system and some of the aircraft. So they were able to get into all of those areas. So what we're looking at ahead here is we are going to finalize that rewrite of the security plan I talked about. We are expecting to see a draft at the beginning of the year that we can look through and make any suggestions, changes that we need to at that time before we completely finalize it. The other thing we will be working on is human trafficking awareness campaign. You will see when you go to different airports, you see signage that has, warnings about it and signs if you see something. So we are looking to provide training to our staff and also our tenants to keep an eye out for any signs that looks like somebody might be being trafficked through here. We have additional screening equipment that will be coming in 2026. Some of that will go into our airport worker screening that I just talked about. That will assist us in scanning some of their items as they come through. We already have a body scanner that we utilize to help us out with that. We're also looking at CLEARS, looking at bringing in what they consider an E-gate, a clear E-gate. So that's going to assist us in increasing the traffic through. It will get them into checkpoint TSA. Hopefully eliminate some of those lines, make that a little bit easier for our passengers to have a good experience here through the airport. We are upgrading our access control. Also, we will be, that system needs to just be updated every once in a while, like everyone else's systems. We're trying to keep up with the new technology. And we also are looking at, says employee development through Aviation Security Summit. We had a couple staff members last week in Washington, D.C. that went to a summit. So we're looking forward to collecting information from those individuals regarding what they got out of the security supplement. All of this to say we are trying to keep our traveling public safe and secure. And this is the many ways that we do that is through all of these different systems. And a lot of this happens behind the scenes. Again, we don't want you to be thinking about security when you travel through as passenger, even as yourselves. We don't want you to have to think about it. We're trying to keep it safe and secure.
You didn't read them. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Edward Edraft. I'm the Landside Operations Manager. Most people around here, they refer to me as Ed, but my wife told me my name's Edward, so go with either one of them. Hopefully after my presentation today, we can be considered one of those important divisions around here.
Hey.
Too fast. So, landside, what's that include? So it includes all the areas, that are, airport roadways on airport property, right? Not to the airport. Also the airport parking lots, which we have several of. The public lot, overflow lot, we have 6 employee lots. We have 2 staging lots for ground transportation vehicles, rental car lots. It also includes some of the remote areas that we have that are off of Alejo Road. And also the public area of the terminal building, which is before you go through TSA checkpoint. So all the way from ticketing to baggage claim. All right, so Landside is a new division that we just started at the beginning of this calendar year. We have 12 operations aides, 1 operations supervisor, and me. This is also, we also implemented a new ground transportation management system, or GTMS, which you'll hear about here in a moment. We also commenced on several important projects at the end of this year, and they'll come to fruition throughout 2026. All right, our operations aides. So as Victoria said, this is our frontline staff, right? So they often leave the first and last impression for our guests here. Some of their duties include traffic flow along the curb. They manage the ground transportation, commercial ground transportation, I should say. They also patrol terminal and landside areas looking for safety and security items. They also provide customer service by answering questions, providing directions, helping with luggage, and also managing the queue lines, which helps reduce stress in those areas. So the curbside areas where there's one of the most, I guess, common complaints that we receive here at our airport. And at that time, it was managed by a contract company. So since we brought our staff in-house, it's actually become one of the least complained about aspects of our airport. In fact, I have received several communications from the public this past year, let me know that how my staff was able to provide them with unforgettable hospitality. All right. Oh, GTMS. GTMS with AVI, automated vehicle identification system. Basically, we fix transponders to commercial vehicles, and then they traverse under one of our 4 readers, where they stage, they queue, or they're able to access the commercial lane. We procured this system for $611,000, which sounds like a lot of money, and it is, but it's paid for itself, many times over. As you can see by statistics, in our legacy system, we collected about $1.4 million in access fees. And when it came online, it jumped up to 2.1 million, and we are on track to collect $2.6 million in ground access fee for this year. And the activity includes taxis, limos, buses, shuttles, and actually a turtle as well. So the system is mostly automated in order for us to maximize its potential. Our operations aides, they have iPads. And so what they do is they monitor the flight activity. It has a network connection and specifically arrivals. And when they know that a plane or several planes has landed, they queue up more taxis, anticipating that demand. So that way the cabs are out there even before the people exit baggage claim. So it increases efficiency and traffic flow as well as idle time, engine idle time, I should say. All right, so what's ahead? We are we are close to going out with an RFP for a new parking manager. Right now, it's currently I should say parking management contract. So currently it's operated by ABM. We could still, maintain that contract. But one of the unique aspects about this contract compared to the one that we previously had is it's heavily weighted in customer service. So, and also technology, which I'll get to in a second here, which is the parks. PARC stands for Parking Access and Revenue Control System. Our current system is 10 years old, which is the end of its useful life, really. Plus, there's been so much advancement in technology with these systems, so we're really excited about that. We're nearing the end of the selection process for that, so we should be seeing something here really shortly. One of the exciting features about this new system is going to include LPR cameras, so license plate recognition. So what a guest can do is they can pay for their parking on their mobile device, get in their vehicle, drive up to the exit gate, and the gate will immediately open for them. So, obviously, again, reduces wait time, increases efficiency, and helps the airport reach its sustainability goals. Oh, that's great. Blank notes. Okay. So part of the RFP is going to be includes our reservation system as well. So which is really exciting. We don't currently have that technology here, but it's going to be another service that we're going to be able to offer our guests. That way that'll help reduce the stress. They don't have to worry about parking spots. They don't have to circle around wasting their gas while they're driving out there. They'll have a place for them. It is also going to help us increase the airport's revenue as we're able to offer some extra services. It also we'll also be able to collect some data and usage information. And so we'll be able to take that and then tailor that towards other services that we could possibly offer as well. All right, let's see, we are also very close on this one too, the installation of our electric vehicle chargers. So we have 40 of them that are going to go into place, and that's going to encompass 80 spots. And that's in Lot B. And of course, again, more services for passenger and also meeting sustainability goals, like a broken record. Also working on upgrading signage and wayfinding around the airport, where we'll be able to increase clarity, provide better directions for passenger, reduce stress.
If David Feldman was with us, he would love that. Yeah.
And then, finally, remanaging land site experience, so, some of the longer term projects that you should hear about. It's quite a little bit, there's that extra, parking, public parking. Also we're procuring some shuttle buses, and we'll be able to shuttle passengers as well as employees. And then, maybe a contract or two, so. All right, thank you, and, please let me introduce you to Christine Brown.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, Corcoran, and Commissioners. I'm Christina Brown, Executive Program Administrator at PSP, and I oversee the administration programs and expense contracts. I'm going to start you off with the expense contracts today. The administration team has executed 21 new contracts with 30 amendments, selected 176 insurance documents, verified 114 vendor business licenses, and processed 16 commercial activity reports. Or permits, excuse me. The bar graph illustrates the PSP strategic priorities that were supported by expense contracts in 2025, with the most being in operational excellence as depicted in the third set of bars. Looking ahead to 2026, there are 62 expense contracts that will need to be amended or will need to go for public bid to establish a new contract. Community outreach programs. Airport staff organize volunteers from around the airport and the community to create PSP Care.
Receives the louder.
Yes, sir. The purpose of the group is to foster a community of volunteers from the entire airport that will reach out to the communities and work with organizations that support the Coachella Valley. Volunteer events include supporting the TSA blood drive, the Signature Aviation Palm Springs Animal Shelter Support Drive, and the Atlantic Aviation Fine Food Bank for TSA employees. Future events include the TSA Toy Drive and the January and February Fine Food Bank distribution. Special acknowledgement goes to PSP's Administrative Assistant Isabel Sakaros for her dedication to community and encouraging others to give back by getting involved. Additional community outreach programs. PSP team hosted the booth at the city's Fall Festival, and PSP team members and their friends and family and airport tenants proudly participated in the Pride Parade. Here's a video. Adding to the fun of the Fall Festival by volunteering to take the Isabel Picaros and Jasmine Flores represented the airport at the State of the City Community Fair. And here we have the Art Program Foundation and Governance. In January, the City Council approved the Art Program policy. The Art Working Group was formed with the Airport and Public Arts Commissioners, staff, and the Art Curator Group Creative Services. This group oversees alignment with the 1% for Arts local match and guides the final approval process for new artwork at the airport. In October, the Art Working Group reviewed the current airport installations, and depicted in this slide are the 7 artworks that are to be returned to the Art Museum next year. In November, the Art Working Group began analyzing opportunities in more detail, which sets the foundation for the program and next steps. Art program and the next steps. In January, the Art Working Group will meet to review the finalized existing conditions report and the first round of art options that emerge from that analysis. At the February commission meeting, staff will present the capital projects that are over $1 million that qualify for the 1% for the arts match. And Group Creative Services will present the updated existing conditions report and the early art opportunities identified so far. Following that meeting, the art options will be reviewed with the city manager and the executive director of aviation for final approval before the program moves into the next stage. And with that, I will introduce Lowell Valencia Miller. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Corcoran and commissioners, fellow staff members, and citizens of the Coachella Valley listening to this presentation today. My name is Lowell Valencia Miller. I am the Executive Program Administrator on the revenue side, working in the admin department. I work with the tenants. I also oversee the revenue contract. Revenue contracts are the way that we facilitate a flight path to partnerships, one of the key pillars of our strategic plan that results in improved guest experiences. The contracts become the binding tie between the airport, the city, and our tenants. They have a vested interest in doing well here. We have a vested interest that they do well here. Over the past year, I've been involved with the administration team in executing 11 contracts, 6 amendments to existing contracts, 4 licenses, and 3 extensions. With the support of this commission and city council, we were able to increase fees that helps pay for many of the things that we want to do here. As Mrs. Carpenter outlined earlier, the operating budget is $50 million. Our revenues need to be $52 million. And so we need to, in some cases, increase our fees. So again, with the support of this commission and city council, we were able to increase the TNC fees, the taxi fees, as well as the fuel flowage fees that our fixed base operators charge to dispense fuel here at PSP. We were able to also increase the consumer price index increases. So in our agreements, we build in increases based on the consumer price index. It's not as simple as one size fits all. Many of our agreements not only have San Bernardino, they also, some of them have Los Angeles and Orange County. We are trying to standardize many of our agreements. And as we phase out old agreements and phase in new agreements, we will standardize our CPI, making it easier for us to administer these increases. In looking at the revenues, as you see, revenues are broken down by airline revenues, non-airline revenues, and all revenues. Breaking that further down into the areas that I'm speaking of this morning, which is contracts, leases, and licenses. On the lease agreements, of which all of that revenue, 49 represents a lease agreement. Within that subset, 37% is the airlines. Stands to reason. We're an airport. The majority of our revenue will come from our airline partners. 38% of the revenues that we generate here at PSP come from our concessionaires. Actually, our concessionaires are small but mighty. They make up 30% on the rental car side of the total revenues we generate here at PSP. As we look at the past, we need to now focus on the future. What's going to help us drive the revenues we need to satisfy the expenses, to build out our infrastructure, to create that unforgettable hospitality, to implement many of the guest experiences that marketing and communications wants to implement. We have to think about those drivers. What is driving these particular revenues for us? Well, obviously airline traffic. So looking to Daniel's team, how can we drive more airline traffic? Traveler activity at the airport, right? It's not just come to the airport and go to your gate, come to your airport and experience PSP. The airport use and lease agreement, the AULA, you'll hear it referred to. That's the agreement we have with our airlines. That establishes the rates and charges that we can charge. Inflation. I don't know what the inflation is going to be next year, but we have to be prepared to adjust our rates, to adjust our revenues to match what inflation might hold for us. And then something that we probably don't talk enough about is fair market value of the properties we have here at PSP. In some respects, properties haven't been assessed for decades. Well, now, under the leadership here at the airport, we are going back and reassessing a lot of that property to get fair market value from the leases and licenses and permits that we execute. So as I mentioned, the future, as commented before, Vino Volo, the outside bar area, will open up later this year. Coachella Duty Free will open up in the first quarter of next year, and then Movie Colony Canteen later in 2026. We do have a number of RFPs, and thank you for the support of this commission for having a member on our review committee. It is very vital that we have insight and your experience and your knowledge as a guiding factor in decisions on recommendations to City Council. But I also want to focus on the other things that we and the administration team do with our tenants here at the airport. Specifically, how do we drive more revenue? And certainly I mentioned some of the drivers that impact that, but there's also things we can do directly with our tenants. And so, for instance, working with WH Smith, working with Paradies, taking a look at what AeroCloud is presenting to us as a schedule, working with them to understand the drivers that impact revenues. So if you think about awareness as that total addressable market, the total number of people who want to come to the airport, that's the addressable market, getting the awareness that we have concessions here that people want to visit. Then it's the serviceable available market. The people going through the TSA, through our stay and play program. It's not just about coming to an airport and flying, it's coming to the airport and experience great hospitality. We have some great restaurants here. People can use stay and play to come visit those. That adds to that serviceable available market. And then ultimately, it's factoring in the serviceable obtainable market. The folks that do need to go to a concession stand, go to a restaurant, and getting them to understand that maybe I can buy an extra thing or two that is available here at the airport. So I know we don't have an interactive period right now, but I'll just throw out some ideas just to think about. What is the lowest trafficked retail with the highest spend per visitor? If you guessed In Motion, you're right. So the driver for WH Smith is, how do we get more people into In Motion? If people are spending the most money at In Motion. The greatest opportunity for visitors, wherever that might be. If you said Pink Door, you're right. It's pre-security. People don't actually have to go through security to experience things available at the Pink Door. The highest traffic with the highest revenue generated. If you guessed La Palmas Oasis, you were right. It's the greatest square footage footprint, the most available SKUs. The environment is conducive to quickly getting people in and out of that space. So with that being said, I want to thank you for listening to my presentation, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Carpenter to guide us through questions and answers.
Right, thank you, Lowell. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Weiser?
Here's a question for Ed. I was just wondering with the parking management RFP, is that going to include a method for people to see where there are available parking spaces? So right now, in the Gus Yellow, there's some signage, but if you enter from, say, the main airport lane, there's nothing really that guides to those in the right space.
Yeah, no, I understand. So, that would actually be part of the parks RFP. And that was an optional, proposal. So we may or may not, again, it's just gonna, not on the cost of that system, but, if not, I did have, a vendor out here a couple of weeks ago, and that was on a lot, really nice camera-based system to do that, so it's really exciting, so hopefully we find some creative ways to, which is very cool.
And then Victoria, I was just wondering with about capital, have you guys noticed any change in the way what projects are successfully getting granted from AIP and ATP or those programs, more or less of your experience running as the in the past?
Well, there's been different buckets of money that the FAA or the government has allocated to airports. There's the ATP program is one that has been catered towards the terminal more. And that one's only like a 5-year program. So I think there's one more year of that program and then the FAA is done with that. We are tracking all of our whatever kind of notice of funding opportunities come out. We do see some changes, but we also, Brian and Nikki and Carmen actually went to a CIP and planning workshop last week. And one of the biggest things is just making sure that we can be flexible with our capital projects so that when these projects do come out, one, we're ready. We're shovel ready. So when those notice of funding opportunities come out, we have to make sure that we've gone through a design process so that we're ready to move to the next step of doing construction. So yes, things changing, but we are also monitoring that.
Exactly. So big picture, policy wise, yes, there is a change in what projects are being awarded. So you'll notice that we're probably not doing as many sustainability projects or access projects. And the reason, frankly, is because the federal government, that's not where their policy initiatives are right now. So we're seeing that industry wide, which what it's creating on the back end for us is to find creative ways to fund projects that were previously funded under the last administration. So.
Other questions? I have a couple. How much cash is in the 1% art fund right now?
We're gonna present the project in February to come and then we have those amounts. So I don't have those numbers with me right now, but we will be presenting them to the commission in February.
Yeah, we haven't done any investments for years, so are we assuming that there's a lot of cash sitting in that fund someplace?
No, so because we just started the art policy last year, this will be the first year where we'll actually fund the arts program.
And we'll have those numbers when you present.
Yep.
Where are we with the GA fees study? And do we have any idea what impact that would have on our budgets if we were collecting GA fees?
According to our consultants, it would have no impact on our budget. So the way our annual currently structured and the way that federal rates and charges policies on the structure, what it would do, it would offset costs for the airlines, but it would not generate additional revenue for the airport. And so we would fundamentally have to change some of our agreements, which we're not due to do that for another couple of years. Before GA landing fees came into play for us.
That doesn't make sense to me. So if we were charging $4 for landing fees for GA, you're saying we would just go into the pot and then the commercial airlines would pay less?
Correct.
Based on your.
Correct, because they underwrite their right now.
So is there an opportunity when those contracts are renegotiated?
Potentially, yes.
And any update on 6?
No update. Still open.
Other questions? Once, going twice. There's lots going on. It's thank you guys. Thank you all for your presentations. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's for keeping the bill paid so we can keep lunch. Okay, so there's one thing left that's keeping us from breaking for lunch, and Chair Corcoran brought up a good point of something that we need to highlight, that we don't always get things right at PSP. But luckily for us, we have a Emmy winning content manager here on our staff that every once in a while will shake things up. And, oh, are we still, there we go. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Chair.
So did y'all see this? You know, we talked a lot this morning about culture, and I appreciate all the effort that's going in to building a customer focus, guest focus culture here. But this thing that dropped on Facebook had a huge impact. Not only in our local community, but I think many of us got feedback about this from friends all over the country. Some have been here, some have never been here. And I just want to credit Daniel and Jake for having the guts to do this, because along with having a guest focused culture, I think it's great that we demonstrate we can have a little fun here. And I love that PSP has a little bit of edge in social networks and shows that we've got a sense of humor here. And I was pleasantly surprised, as many other commissioners who talked to me about this, with the impact that this one very, very clever post had on both Palm Springs, on the airport, and the buzz that it generated. So it may have caused a heart attack, Daniel, when but kudos to you and Jake for having fun. And I would encourage us to, while we're making this commitment to guest experience and making that paramount in our lives, to also have an edge that demonstrates that people in Palm Springs and all of us have a sense of humor, and that people who experience our town and our airport will have this type of experience as well. So, Rory J, kudos for this, very clever. Thank you, Daniel, very, very clever. And I just wanted to highlight that on behalf of the commission before we break for lunch. So well done, well done. All right, so we're a little ahead of time. So instead of starting, we're gonna take what, half an hour for lunch that we planned for this?
Yes.
All right, so why don't we stick with this? We'll buy a little time in our schedule, and let's stop for lunch, and we'll start at 12:35. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We saved, I want to say saved the best for last. It was kind of purposeful to keep this team towards the end of the day, because we know that so much of what they're doing ties back to our master plan and strategic plan. So we want to make sure that we have ample time for their review of the subject. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly what I did to deserve the after lunch briefing, but we'll try not to lull you to sleep. No promises though. Is this operational? Great. All right. Well, let me get it first to congratulate you on making it this far, and also to wish you a good afternoon. I am Ryan Casperry. I am your Deputy Director of Capital Development. And I'm responsible for planning, programming, design, engineering, construction, and program management for your capital program. And this is our capital development team on the side here, and each will introduce themselves individually throughout the briefing. So our capital program development works in close partnership with operations, maintenance, safety, security, and airport staff to develop compliant, operationally sound projects, obviously guided by our flight path and our master plan, that protects operations and responsibly prepares the airport for the future. Now, I've been in this seat for just over 5 months, and you've heard a lot of discussion already throughout the morning session about the condition of some of our facilities and infrastructure. It will be no surprise to you that this is my assessment. So first and foremost, there's failing infrastructure. We have aging infrastructure. There's some noticeable capacity shortfalls, and we're lagging behind in industry standards. Don't be too alarmed. The airport is not going to cease operations we are in good hands. We have a great team backing us here. So the way I propose to address these initial assessments. Work?
It's working on this one.
Oh, look at the right deal. It's through a series of actions. So first and foremost, we need to stabilize to meet our immediate needs, sustain our life cycle maintenance, and expand to meet our capacity requirements. And then finally, we need to continuously modernize to keep pace with industry standards. And really, this kind of exercise in my brain is what led me to this capital development strategy. So it's pretty simple. We need to stabilize for today, sustain for tomorrow, and expand for the future, all while continuously modernizing. And you can see some of the active and ongoing projects off to the side there that the team is already engaged in, that we're working on to address each of those development strategies already. So we're making progress. All right, and with that, I'm going to hand it off to the next member of our team.
Thanks, Tom. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Harman Singh. I'm the project manager here at the airport, aviation project. My role here at the airport is to plan the projects, deliver the project, of course, the stakeholder coordination, both internal and external. Also, I'm responsible for budget and financial management, which is programming the project budget, executing the budget, and also the team support. In these slides, we'll just go here in review what we have done. So as we are talking about our flight path, talking about a strategic plan, 3 of the pillars of our strategic plans are infrastructure, partnership, and sustainability. So the executed projects or projects almost ready to be executed in last year actually follow these 3 pillars of our strategic plan. So I'll go with the first one, which is just our staff introduction. As Ryan said, we are a team of fantastic 4. We doubled our manpower. So there are 2 major things that is happening. So fiscal year 26 is the first fiscal year when the capital development team has their own operating budget. What that means is that this team has our own budget where we manage a lot of our consultants. The consultants are our designers, our environmental, our engineers, our planners. So we can execute a task order very fast, and we can monitor them. What's our burn ratio? How much we are paying from our operating budget to execute these projects or to do any pre-design work before the project comes to execution. The second benefit that we are having is that we're having Andrew with us. We actually have a direct link to Planet Bid. So Planet Bid is a software that the city is sponsoring use for any procurement. So how happened in the past, if airport has to go through procurement, we go to cross the street and then we will be in a queue. After so many departments, our projects will go to procurement to execute. Sometimes the waiting time could be a month to 2 months before the procurement happens. Now, having our complete team here, we can actually go on Planet Bid and we can project our project. We can, have the project go out without even waiting for the procurement. Being said that, we do follow all the procurement policies of the city that city adhere to, but the process is really fast. So that gives us a little more power in hand to execute the project fast and also to manage our own budget along with the capital budget that we have for the airport funds. So the first project I'm going to be talking about is our state-of-the-art admin conference room. So last Tuesday was the day when we got the notice of occupancy. The final inspection was done. So this is very fresh. There are some issues or fine tuning that we were doing. So we will be ready for you in next meeting or hopefully by next week we should be ready. Some of the highlights of this conference room is that number 1, by using the walls with the fabric and everything, we have actually decreased 94% of noise reduction. So you can see how quiet this room is. It was never like this quiet. The color scheme that we have used is very basic to Palm Springs. So we use the color of the sun, our mountains, and also in line with the branding of our Palm Springs International Airport. A full upgrade has been done to audio visual, as you can see that, and also many upgrades has been done to the special lighting that we have. And then we are very much, in line with our branding of the airport. As you can see, we have a satellite map. Again, one of its type that not most of the airports have it. So This has been a really good experience for our staff. A lot of coordination has to be done with our operations staff and maintenance, because a lot of time we have to have, the water line has to be drained out, the fire panels has to be changed. So it looks really beautiful and it is a beautiful room. However, a lot of coordination has been done. The next project that I'll be just giving some highlight is our EV trucks. So we are in process of purchasing 8 EV trucks. They're actually at the production with the Ford. The best thing about this project is this is funded by, as Victoria said, we like other people's money. So 90% of this project is funded by FAA's ZEP grant, which is Zero Emission Vehicle and Infrastructure Grant. So roughly it's a $550,000 project, plus and minus. So we are only giving 50,000 from our money. So 90% of the funds are being covered by FAA. The good thing about this particular project is so we have a fleet, we call it over the road fleet. Those are the fleet that can go on the road, pickup trucks, some other transit vehicles. So by this, 36% of our fleet is zero emission. For airport of our size to having first introduction of zero emission trucks and 36% of fleet is zero emission, I think it's a big milestone in sustainability. And also these trucks are actually Ford F-150 lighting. So they are in production. We are expecting them to be here hopefully by end of January or February. In our commissions meeting, we'll provide you those updates. The next project is our EV charging stations. As Ed has mentioned, it's in Lot B. The total year-round parking, public parking at the airport between Lot A to D is about 880 spaces. By having 80 EV, parking facilities there, so we are actually 9% of our parking is also EV. So that's another big milestone for sustainability. This project shows another a pillar of our flight path, which is the partnership with Edison. The project started in 2023, as some of you remember. All our job was just to purchase the EV chargers and install them. The other work, which is bringing the power from El Cielo Taquas to our lot, installing the meter, installing the transformer, installing the switch gear, that all work was done by Edison. It took us a couple of years because there's some easements were involved. However, this partnership is coming to a conclusion. Actually, tomorrow they will be energizing our lot. What that means is that once it is energized, they will give us a certification that you are good to install those chargers. Our general contractor is also being procured. So we will be hoping by end of January, we should have some action and those chargers would be there. The money that we spend on this particular project is about $490,000 to buy the chargers. That includes 5 years of operations and maintenance and about $60,000 to install those chargers. So about $550,000 was our investment. And if we add the investment that is discounted because of the partnership with Edison, we are talking about $1 million or more just to bring that infrastructure to us. The last one I would be talking is the mid-century modern concrete furniture. I think this shows our partnership again, one of the pillar of our strategic plan. We work very closely. Before I started here, ex-commissioner Mr. Adams and Gary Wexler worked with our staff to have that 1950s concrete furniture come back to the airport. We followed the procurement policy. Our phase 1 is done, and we have those flying saucers looking like planters and the benches installed. The commission gave us some guidance to have phase 2 of it. Some of the money has been allocated from Measure J. So we will be adding some more furniture at the entrance of the Wexler on the taxi side. So we have the same flow comes in from when you walk from the water fountain. And then also Harry has asked us to do an inventory of all the furniture we have. And then we are planning to do a programming in multiple years. The goal is that in next year or two or something like that, we have all that furniture kind of mid-century look like. So when someone walks to the airport, they have the same vibe that they had when this started. And with this, I'll have Andrew use himself. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Kreider. I am a civil engineer for the city of Palm Springs. I have over 25 years experience. I have had my PE license for over 20 years. I have experience in pavement design, drainage, grading, and utilities. My roles and responsibilities at the airport are airfield geometry, technical reviews, procurement assistance, also project management, and also construction management. And want to talk about the progress ahead. First project I'd like to talk about is the Hangar 18 outfall repair project. Just to give everybody an update, City Council awarded this project to manage on December 10th. This is the same contractor who did the taxiway whiskey rehab project. We are hoping to get the agreement signed in December, and we're hoping to proceed in the project submit plans to proceed to manage in January. Now, to give a background for this project, in 2022, Storm Hillary came in and produced a storm event that exceeded the 100-year storm. As you can see, the damage caused by the storm due to the asphalt and basically the stormwater outfall structures. Now, to let everybody get a background, these are also the sampling points where the airport takes surface water samples for the local regional water quality. So this is an important project to the airport, and also part of this project, we're also replacing the existing security fence right now at 6 feet. It will now be raised up to 8 feet with the barbed wire and also with the razor wire. Next project, the airport is installing 5 new monitoring wells in regards to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. The regional board back in 2009 issued a board order, WQ 2019-005 DWQ, which primarily instructed all 31 airports in California to investigate and report any per and polyfluorochloride or in the reagent the PFAS. And PFAS is an industrial household product, which contains such products as, household packaging material, waterproofing, paint, waxes, furniture. This is a forever chemical. And this chemical was used in Aqueous firefighting foam, which the airport is not using right now. But per the regional board, they want us to continue monitoring for the presence of PFAS. So, like I said, with this project, we're going to council in January to RFP to build the 5 months. Right now, we're also working on our geographic information system. If there is a AC secretary, which we are following, with the AC, with the GS, as you can see, it provides geodetic control engineering projects, it assists in airport planning and land use, developed instrument approach and departure procedures, used for plan for and site navigational aids supporting the airport. It's also used for FAA compliance and maintenance. It does help with, maintaining a maintenance program at the airport. And one of the biggest features for maintaining a GIS database that assists for the airport is compliance with Title 14, Part 139, for our FRED regulations for airport certification. So, next project I wanted to talk about is to remove and replace escalators, just to give an update to everybody. We awarded to Schindler. The notice to intent has been sent to them. A site survey has been scheduled for December 23rd. To let everybody know, staff has already met to deal with the pending shutdown of both escalators. So we are working ahead to make sure that the guest experience it. No interruptions when these escalators are down. Another project that Capital Development is working on is the Bono Concourse seat replacement. Staff has reached out to several vendors. We're looking to add new features such as, cup holders, tables, and also additional charging stations and outlets. Also, we're looking at adding additional shade structures at the NC. Staff reached out to Gensler and other various vendors. We're researching different alternates, and we already reduced several locations. We're also working on replacing the Wexler terminal sign, and we're working with the Wexler family. And now I'd like to introduce Vicky Gomez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cindy Gomez. I'm the airport planner here. And my role here, I was previously a city planner, now transitioned to airport planner. So know a little bit about it, but not quite thoroughly in aviation, although, it's quite interesting and, it's a very interesting kind of industry that they kind of fell into. My role here is to really concentrate on land use compatibility, environmental compliance, and really anything that involves at the end work of construction. So my work really kind of begins kind of behind the scene. So before your construction fence goes up, planning has kind of already worked on it for few years really, or even a year or so, prior to anything really coming off the ground, or at least, when the shovel hits the ground. So my role, and not isolated to this, this is the kind of our airport property here, and for your orientation, right, we are right here, City Hall is across the way, and just, our work is not isolated to the terminal or concourse. It expands within our airport boundary. And we'd like that it only is within airport boundary, but as part of our work, my role specifically is also coordinating with other government agencies for different clearances that I'll kind of touch about later on in the presentation. And so that's kind of important prior to any type of works getting started. And this is kind of just to give you an idea of, some of the facilities here at the airport where, our work is really kind of entrenched in, right? We're part of the runway alternative study. We have some of FAA facilities here, other areas where we were somewhat kind of really involved. So anything that is that you see change, I guess, in the physical world, we really should be kind of involved as part of that review and as part of that clearance. And so when anything is constructed, this department and this leadership has somewhat of a review or approval role in that. So just to also kind of provide you with a little bit of other areas where we see some opportunities of these vacant areas, or what Lowell was trying to say, some of these properties might not have been assessed for quite a while. And similarly, so if it wasn't assessed, right, we haven't looked at it intently. And so now our role is to look at that too and change it in our perspective, which are, right, the parcel line adjustments, where we could make sure that these parcels are shaped to do maximum revenue and the best and best land use for it. So these are just some of areas, and some of these areas, specifically north and south of the airport, those are noise land that we are carefully working with FAA on how to release those lands for future development. So that kind of just some areas where we look at and what we want to do in the future. Now, as part of what we do on the daily, and part of our team, is really the project life cycle. And all of us are kind of entrenched in this process. We're not isolated to one or the other. And I will give a heads up that this is a general skeleton framework of a project. Now, each project will have essentially a life on its own. Some of these areas could stretch out ways, others might be omitted, others might be included. And so just as a skeleton part, and we really want our commissioners to kind of have a higher level view of this. So essentially, right, when the project starts initiation, it could be, Harry's grand plan ideas that come to our desk, right? We assess that. There's a lot of planning that gets involved. It's your priorities in the commission that we then reassess. And that kind of goes into this brainstorming session. It includes budget, it includes, right, the project definition report, the basis of design, and that could take some time. And this is really important in terms of, we want to make sure that the scope of the project is kind of built enough because once we go in this section where this design is, and typically concurrent with environmental, the project is assessed completely. And so, when we make, because when it's assessed completely, this environmental and this design kind of goes in this path where there's a certain point where it'll be difficult to kind of come back to it, right? Because the environmental process, which I will touch on in another slide, also has its own life on its own, right? So then as we go into the design concurrently with the environmental assessment, then we go to the construction. And this is what Armand was referring to. Then we go to the bidding. We go to the planet bids and we bid this project out, which results in its own timeline on when that is, when the contractor gets on board. And then of course, now maybe I shouldn't have put it so little here, but the agency clearance. So prior to anything being built, we have some different clearances that we have to go through. And that's part of our job, is to make sure that the appropriate agencies have viewed this, have reviewed in a proper timing, and have essentially released and approved the project. And that could include, if it's within the historic terminal, historic review and approval, tribal consultation, if it's a new project that we are now putting foundation in, X feet off the ground, that requires one. And of course, permitting. Any work that we do that is, that touches on life and safety. For example, like changing those doors, right? Those do require some sort of permitting. And that it has its own timeline. So when the construction really happens, the path has already kind of been, danced, and we kind of go back and forth, but there's certain path of this process where we kind of have to close the book and we have to keep proceeding. And typically that's when this one typically starts. We can't go much further into this without, if we want to change it, we have to come back at the beginning to make sure that we include it. And we also want to make sure that the scope is always complete before any of those environmental assessment begins. Now the construction then ends, and then we do a closeout. And that's its own thing, right? If it's with grants, right? We close out all the proper payments. We receive those updated construction documents that reflect plans that are in the real world now. And so we could refer to it in the future, maybe 20 years from now, future planner or future project manager could refer to them and see what we've done today. So kind of just going back to the environmental portion, and I think we want to make sure that we kind of that we have some familiarity with it. So really, when I say environmental, because we're in California, we are purview to these two different processes, the CEQA and the NEPA. CEQA meaning California Environmental Quality Act, and NEPA meaning National Environmental Policy Act. And so when we look at these projects, because it's going to be new to the built environment, there are different assessments of environmental we have to go through. So CEQA and NEPA kind of talks to each other, but not really. CEQA always goes first, then NEPA, right? Because we are purview because of our FAA funding. CEQA will always be, because we're here in California, and I've just kind of highlighted these different sections where it's the level of assessment that we do. Some that are little projects could be exempted, and that's fairly easy. And he has kind of like a sister kind of what do you call it? Equivalence in the NEPA. So if we have an exemption in CEQA, most likely we could exclude it in the NEPA portion, and similarly. And so each of these, the moment that we touch on, let's say the negative declaration, or even the environmental impact report, that means that we are going full assessment on this project. And that includes studies, right? They're looking at cultural, they're looking at air quality, they're looking at traffic, and essentially they're going to spell out how we're going to mitigate these areas because of the project that we built. And that could, be timely. And some of the mitigated measures could also have some financial repercussions for us. And so this is kind of the environmental portion embedded in the project process. And so in giving way to Ryan's next phasing presentation, I would like the commissioners to keep in mind that every project that will be presented this is embedded in each one of them, all in different stages, all in different paths. So, and we, try our best to make sure that those are being kept in track in the different processes that they're in, different life cycle that each of these projects are. So.
Right. That's right. Yeah, go there, hey.
Oh, yes.
All right. So, what I'm going to show you now is a couple of different project sequences, very similar with some slight differences, some slight variations. And the first one I'll introduce is this capital project sequence, the status quo, kind of the planning that has been going on up to this point, call it Plan A, okay? Important to know that these project sequences are rooted in our master plan and then also anchored by the Federal Aviation Administration, the ACIP program, Airport Capital Improvement Program. So there are some specific projects that we'll show. We're not going to show every project that we've got on the books that we're planning, but some of those major capital improvement projects that have other drivers, particularly funding, that we're going to rely on to execute these things. Another caveat I'll throw out there is we are in the midst of awarding our program management consultant contract. And I fully expect that, going forward, this is a plan. Plans are meant to change. It's something to deviate from, right? No plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's what I learned growing up. We'll get some additional guidance and expertise from a program management consultant. And obviously, as priorities change, the plan changes as well. So sorry for all the caveats. We'll dive into this first version here. All right. Here we are on the airfield. And the inaugural project that is already underway is our outbound baggage handling system project. And that project has been awarded. The contractor is in the process right now of mobilizing. They're at the very beginning stages of mobilizing. We're going to see very little activity over the next month or two. They're expecting or hoping to be into a little bit heavier construction in that February, March timeframe. And then this is going to go on for a few years. And you can see the scale of the project, or the scope there. It's a pretty sizable project. So that one is kind of kicking off our sequence. Another one that we've discussed, I believe, in the past here, and I'm not sure why this is animating in a little bit different direction than it should, but is to relocate our airport administration from the current facility we're in to a new location, which is just south of the airfield. See Kirk Douglas Boulevard here, Ramon Road. There's a new facility that we're in the process of procuring that we will move all of our airport staff from, or majority of them, from our current location that we're sitting in right now to that location. And that does some things for us that we'll talk about in a minute. So that one is expected to happen in 2026, which brings us to the next project, which is some additional parking spaces for the public here. We anticipate that we can get about 1,800 parking spaces just off of KDW. It's just south of the airport. This is the overflow lot as it sits right now. And that is the rationale for why we need to create those additional parking spaces, because of the rental car, auxiliary rental car lot that we're planning to build there under this current construct. So project 3 are the additional spaces. The next project in the sequence is really that auxiliary rental car lot, which is a pretty big dollar. We just recently had the estimate updated for that project, and pretty sizable amount there. And we're trying to get that accomplished as quickly as we can. One thing I'll tell you, both of these sequences are really rooted around trying to get our federal inspection station in place in time for the Olympics. So May of 28. So you can kind of see the timeline we're on here. A little bit of a crunch. And that brings us back into the terminal here. Now we vacated our staff out of here. We have some revenue developing opportunity in this existing space. That could be a lounge, it could be some ancillary space for somebody else, or some other types of revenue. But anticipating P3, obviously $2 million doesn't go very far these days. There's probably gonna be some dollars involved locally and hopefully some partnering funds to build out the rest of those spaces. All right, and I believe most of you have already seen this briefing about the restrooms renovations. Those are absolutely needed and necessary for capacity and just to refresh those spaces. And those are planned to continue to progress in the sequence. Then it brings us to our automated exit replacement. So if you're familiar with the transition from the sterile area into the terminal through the revolving doors, it's the only airport I can remember ever going through that has a revolving door anymore. And our staff is doing some amazing things to keep that system operational because it's so antiquated and outdated. Just to find equipment to maintain that is why this becomes a such a high priority in the sequence. And the other thing I would add is that this new project is already 100% designed. It's shelf ready. You heard Victoria mention earlier, that's one of the things that is appealing for future funding going forward. If you're ready with the project, you get the funding, right? So this one is ready to go. And then we finally get to what we're trying to get to is a modular auxiliary federal inspection station. And in that 2027, 2028, in time for the Olympics is the goal. Now this is our runway reconstruction project that we've been talking about. This is one alternative that I'm presenting here. It'll just kind of animate its way in. There are several different alternatives under consideration. This is one that I could feasibly see happening. It's just a threshold displacement from one end while you reconstruct the other. You alternate to the other end while you reconstruct the other end. And then you have to, this one would necessitate a renovation of taxiway Charlie, the parallel taxiway, as a temporary runway while we then repair the center section of the primary runway and then restoring it all back again. There's several different iterations. I will say that the alternative planning process is well underway. We should be within a month or two of having those final alternatives for consideration. And the other thing I would add is that one of the requirements when we're pursuing federal funding is that you analyze every feasible alternative. And I'll tell you, based on our most recent discussions, some of those alternatives don't seem quite so feasible, but we still have to consider them. So more to come on that. Then we get back to the terminal here for a phase 1 terminal expansion that we are targeting 3 swing gates to be able to provide 3 swing gates. And that other diagram is just an illustration to help you understand what a swing gate is. You can see the red and the blue levels there. If you can imagine, if you are flying internationally, maybe the blue concourse is your international level. So you're either going to board or deplane on the blue level. And with some very simple securing of doors and hallways, you can switch that around to be domestic operation. So you can use this one swing gate for either domestic or international flights. So that's what that is meant to illustrate. And that brings us to another master plan defined project, which is to relocate our fixed base operator from the west side to the east side of the airfield. And this creates some additional development opportunity on the west side, which I think most of us are familiar with the rationale there. And it really is to build out that North Conrack, the North Consolidated Rental Car Center. And I know it flashed up for a second and went away. That particular box at scale is roughly 450,000 square feet, spread over 3 levels, 2 of which are subgrade, low grade. Estimating you can get about 1,300 spaces in that one little footprint, and it could be phased to the south. So phase 1, phase 2 could go to the south to complete our master plan expansion. Now, there are a lot of different projects in the master plan. I'm not showing all of them here. This is just kind of what the status quo has been, or the status quo planning, historical planning has been to step us through to accomplish our master plan. And with that, I'll jump to this quickly. This is that plan A, and it just kind of is a summary of the order of the projects. And you can see the running totals, what the numbers look like. It's a pretty incredibly large number. Some of the funding sources, that's not exhaustive. You don't see any GARBs on there, but there will certainly be some GARBs, revenue bonds that we would have to pursue. And we're working closely in the background with our financial consultant to try and come up with what that solution looks like. What does that financial solution look like? And that will have an impact on the specific ordering of projects. You know, what funds are available now and or in the near future. The only reason those first two are in green is because those funds have been secured. So that's that one. Plan A options. We go into what I'll call status novus. If the other one's status quo, this is status novus. It's a new plan, right? New status. Plan B, it's very similar to Plan A. Still starts out with the baggage handling system. The project's going, right? No surprises there. Like Bill. And again, we're going to relocate our staff. That's animating backwards for some reason. But staff are still going to relocate. But this is where it takes a little bit of a different turn. So at this point, we pivot and we go back to the vacated revenue space and prioritize this so that we can start generating revenue a little more quickly and accommodating some ancillary functions if required. We still have the restrooms going on. No intentions of changing that. And this is where it changes again. This time we demo Hangar 1. So we've got some other thoughts about where our staff that are in that facility right now could go. And that creates an open space for future development of, you can imagine, I'm sure, an auxiliary rental car facility, a little bit closer in proximity to the airport with a covered walkway. You can see you can get quite a few more spaces in there. There are some other challenges that we're working through with that, but this is a pretty feasible solution. And the cost is quite a bit less just because of a lot to do with the location, utilities that are already available. Another thing that this provides by being able to pivot to this location instead of the south is now the pressure to try and procure busing and shuttling operations to get us from, you know, the terminal down to the overflow lot, and then all complicated or combined with the rental cars traversing from their quick turn areas way off to the north, to the south, through our already congested loop roads and El Cielo. This alleviates a lot of that. Let alone having to figure out how we're going to operate a busing operation. We still have our automated exit, that breach gate that people like to call it, project, that shelf-ready project. And things kind of just follow the same order from this point forward. We've got our auxiliary FIS coming in. Auxiliary, again, modular, think modular. It's going to be there for a period of time and then disappear as the permanent one is constructed. Runway is still there. Again, this is the animation again. If you want to follow it this time, you can displace the threshold to the south to reconstruct the north, displace the threshold from to the north to reconstruct the south, convert taxiway Charlie, this long parallel taxiway, to a temporary runway, close the primary runway, then you can reconstruct the center of the runway, and then put everything back in operation, restore operation of the primary runway and taxiway Charlie back to taxiway. Again, just purely trying to show you how we can accomplish that one major reconstruction. It's gonna be pretty impactful. And it brings us back to the terminal expansion. Again, swing gates, 3 swing gates we're trying to get there. Those swing gates will start to, you can see, build a way forward so that we don't have to have this temporary, this auxiliary federal inspection station kind of ingrained in this expansion and build forward as time goes on, as we continue to evolve. And again, moving our fixed base operator to the east side of the airfield from the west, we've got an opportunity there for development, which again is Consolidated Rental Car Center. Expanded further to the center. There's a summary of the costs for this one, and I know rather than try and remember the other one, we'll put them both up there. Now, obviously some savings. It's pretty evident. A lot of that is that south auxiliary consolidated rental car facility that we have been pursuing. There's also some projects under the Plan B that, you know, if our goal is ultimately to get to the auxiliary FIS in 2028, you wouldn't have to, a lot of these projects are not dependent. The FIS is not dependent on a lot of these projects, right? There's a few that it is dependent on, which is really the Wexler admin, the demo of the hangar, and the auxiliary rental car facility. Those are absolutely critical to try and hit that target. But these other projects are pretty critical as well, just to sustain our operations, maintain guest experience, et cetera, continue to modernize. And then I wanted to throw just a real quick kind of cash flow, how this might cash flow out in these projects, just to give you another taste of what we're dealing with here between the two. So Plan A on the top, Plan B in the center, and the delta, the difference between the two on the bottom. You can see in the first year, there's no change. We spend a little bit more in 2026 with the Plan B, but really it kind of balances that load of cash need over time a little bit more. And then in 2027, things start to pick up again. See those costs escalating going forward. So again, I need to caveat this with, you know, we have ongoing sustainment, restoration and maintenance or modernization that we would need to do with our existing facilities and infrastructure. We're going to exhaust a lot of our capital funding opportunities with these major projects that we just stepped through. And so we're going to have to get creative with those funding opportunities. Yes, sir.
Couple of questions. First is, why did you not consider expanding the shorter runway as a replacement?
So the expansion of that is one of the alternatives that they're required to analyze. So it is under consideration. We haven't seen what their final recommendation is yet, but my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is pretty cost prohibitive and likely has some impacts to the north and south and of those runway imaginary surfaces and the impacts there.
I think that was second concern I have just in general is that, you know, we're talking about a $3 billion project to do the airport, finish the master plan. But with inflation, I guess the original idea was 2.4 billion. Now I've seen numbers of 3. With inflation, increased building costs, that number is going to increase substantially, which is going to scare a lot of people in the city. Do you see any way that this can be sped up in order to keep costs under control?
There are very limited avenues to that, in part because of environmental and in part because of our governance, frankly. The fact that we are a city-run airport does put some limitations on us where you might have a little more flexibility in a port situation or a privatized situation. So it's not to say it couldn't happen, but it would be very challenging to speed some of these projects up.
I mean, it seems to me that the city might be interested in saving a couple $100 million on a present value basis by doing some of this stuff quicker. And creating a regional authority made up of all the 9 cities. Still Palm Springs in control, of course, but expanding the governance and changing the governance so that you could get a lot of this stuff done on a quicker basis. I mean, I think when you're talking about dollars, it might be worth considering.
It's a fair point.
Can we go back to Plan B where it's all mapped out? That one.
Building on what Ken had said, I mean, I've thought about it too. What have we done a little bit of a top level study on what an independent authority could look like? A cost benefit analysis?
We have not. And to be honest, that can't come from inside the house.
Can it come from the commission?
Potentially.
What do you think we do, Ken?
By creating an independent authority, still you could have Palm Springs, like right now, Palm Springs selects the majority of the commissioners. Commissioners would be selected by other cities, but we can still have the majority, so theoretically still be in control of city council. But it would allow us to operate independently. We would not have to go through the city for personnel, go through the city for, we just basically be an independent agency. And the commission would have a lot more responsibility. We'd be like the city council. It would all be on us. And you as head of the commission would be the face of it.
No pressure.
No pressure. But a couple of things. One, we could theoretically have taxing authority. So that we could, you know, levy a partial tax or a 4% sales tax or something to support our economic base so that we could issue more tax exempt bonds at a more favorable rate. It'll allow us to speed up projects so we can get this thing built faster. I just think I mean, if you look at
the access to capital.
You would have easier access to capital. I mean, having access to as a backup or actually raising a quarter or an eighth of a cent sales tax or a partial tax will improve your bond rate. I mean, we already have a decent bond rate. And we can also get insurance so we can have AAA bond. But it would ease our ability to finance projects. It would also get us away from the city fear, the city of Palm Springs citizens fear. Oh God, they're going to be issuing $2 billion for the bonds. That's going to go into default, and it's going to be on my property tax or on some type of tax that's going to hit me. That removes that fear from the city resident.
So,
I think that as far as the sales tax, we are at the cap set by the state right now, plus the law has changed. So I think if you were looking at sales tax, it would require something at the state level.
Well,
Have a special exception.
You could do a partial tax.
Yes. I'm just saying, sales tax is always easier to get through.
Yeah.
But I don't think that option is.
But I mean, you would have options to create a tax base to support the airport. I mean, I think convincing the citizens of Coachella Valley that this airport is an economic driver for our future. And I think you could get through an election process. But I think it would give Harry, I mean, this is a phenomenal program. As I said, 7.5 years ago, from where this place was until this today, it's unbelievable. I mean, I give you and the staff quadruple kudos. I mean, you've done a phenomenal job. But we're now talking about the next step.
I'm just curious, for airports of our size, is it most common that they are controlled by a municipality, or is it most common that they're controlled by an airport authority?
It varies by place. I mean, you know, LAX has its own, which also includes, at one point included Ontario. I think Ontario is now independent. It just varies all over the place. But a lot of airports are separate from the city government. But the city government has control by electing or appointing commissioners.
So Commissioner Young, I think to kind of add to that a little bit, for an airport of our size, you don't see it supported by a city of our size. Typically, you see it supported by a much larger city. So I think that's kind of the wall that we're hitting a little bit.
Which, if I take your logic, the next step could move the city of Palm Springs and all of us to live in a different structure for this.
Mr. Chair, what could be a suggested way is, you know, if the commission thought this would be the way to go, is recommend to the city council that this is what we recommend, and then city council then would make that order to go to LAFCO and have them do the study. And then they create that authority. That's how that would be created as a separate new local agency formation commission. They're the ones that control all that kind of stuff. So they're the ones that would give the ultimate authority through their vote that we want to create this thing. It could require a vote of the residents of Palm Springs, maybe, so kind of sort of not really sure of that technicality, but they would be the ones that would authorize that, and then you kind of from that point it grow. They vote for it, yes, then you create this authority and how's it designed, and you know how's the board and all that, and they come up with recommendations, and they work with the staff, they work with the city, and they look at other examples that are throughout Southern California or what have you with that. So we'd start here, we'd say, okay, we'd recommend that you consider this, go to council, there's a budget, because there's going to be a LAFCO budget. It's going to be paid for by the city council votes for it, goes to LAFCO, and then it's in their lap.
Yeah. But I would strongly suggest that we have everything worked out before we go to LAFCO. We have the entire structure, how it would work. So it's just basically there for approval process.
Not going to happen. You don't have that authority.
We don't have the authority.
No, again, not going to happen. That's what LAFCO does. They do the studies, they do the determination, they come up with the recommendations. They'll take your input, but they do the studies and make the determination on that. That's what they're there for. So when cities want to incorporate or they want to annex and they want to do those kinds of things, they do these studies on what's there. They determine, you know, okay, this works, this doesn't. You know, yes, village annexes. There's the sales tax stuff that has to go back to the county, all of this kind of stuff. So they make kind of that determination and come up with a recommendation of what the body is, the authority body, and how it would be appointed as well. So, you know, when Orange County did an Orange County Fire Authority, okay, they created an Orange County Fire Authority. They recommended, you know, so many members and so many members from each participating city that participated in it. It always had to be an odd number kind of thing, and how the revenue sharing is. So you can come up with recommendations and suggestions, but if you say, hey, this is the way we want it, it's not going to even get through the front door.
So hold on this idea just for a second. We'll come back to it in a minute.
Yeah.
Just more reactions to the priorities here. One question is, this seems like why did you do A and B when this seems just to be the the plan to go? Was there some reason why you teased us with that?
We had been working on Plan A for the better part of a year and a half. And in part because we were trying to address the problem of the interim or auxiliary rental car lot. And because we didn't, at that time, there was no pathway to land acquisition. So we're really trying to solve that challenge. As we got deeper and deeper into the planning, and as Ryan alluded to more recently, when we looked at the cost of that, it was like, oh, there's no way that's going to happen. So then he mentioned Harry's grand plan. There was literally a PowerPoint with Harry's grand plan of how do we change that and buy ourselves some time to save money and spread out that capital cost. And that's where option B came in.
In moving the temporary car rental to the north addresses their objections. They didn't want to go south, car rental companies. They didn't want to go south anyways. We didn't want to have buses. So now you get rid of that building and we've solved that problem temporarily.
Correct. It'll buy us 10 years.
Yeah.
And it saved my staff quite a bit of work.
And how much is the temporary rental car facility going to cost? You mentioned when you pointed to the one to the south, that was pretty expensive.
42 million versus 12. So back to the speed thing. As you know, we're all anxious to get this thing done tomorrow. Is that the only thing if the answer is we can't raise the money to do this, in the governmental structure, or how you want to call it, that we are in right now, then is that the answer? Then as the commission, we jump into this discussion and we lean into the city and say, look, we as representatives of the airport, the city, and all of our communities, we want to see this happen faster. And either it's a lot of P3 money, and we dance around that. It'd be interesting to also, Ryan, to get your sense of which of these projects would lend itself to P3 money. Or we just have to change the structure. If we're going to double the size of this airport 20 years for all the reasons we've all talked about, it has to be administered in a different way. And, here in 2025, we're declaring that it's time now to consider that. Because, we're a city of 48,000 bucks with an infrastructure of 30,000 people, infrastructure of the city of 1 million people. It's just, it doesn't fit anymore. Is that where this is going?
Is that the answer? I don't know. Are there other answers out there? I'm sure there are. What I will say is that's probably our largest barrier is the combination of lack of federal funding and then the lack of flexibility that comes with a municipal run airport. But then there's also the environmental piece of it, the agreements that are in place that have been long in existence that we need to negotiate. And so I think there would be more than just that recommendation, if that were the recommendation, that we would have to make.
Can I say this? Under the current environment, would our city council even consider doing what we would like to do? Sounds like we're trying to disengage a little bit from the city and be more independent. Will that happen?
If you build on Ken's comments, I mean, the quid pro quo there is that, the first thing in this plan that was agreed to was the forecast. Right, so we went to FAA and said, we're going to double the size of this, and they said, yeah, we agree. And everything flowed from that decision. Double the number of planes here over 20 years. So I think to me, it's less of a control issue and it's more just practical. If we all believe this and the economic forecast and our new convention center, all the stuff is tied to our ability to bring more people in and out of here, then we have to find a way to execute this plan. And I think faster is better, hence the point of the faster we can get it done, the better. So if the city is looking at this and saying, we're not going to come up with $3 billion to do this, then how's this going to happen? And I think letting go of control versus the financial realities of this plan, maybe the tipping point with that. Now, with Dirk's point, we have a lot more research to do, a lot more to back this up, but this seems philosophically, I'm not sure how practical. That was always, when we started the plan, that was the deal. One of the first questions we asked was 3.2 billion or whatever, it's 2.8 for option A, 1A. Remember we said, do we have the money to do this? Sounds good. Do we have the money to do it? The answer was, well, probably not. So this just brings that question back up again.
Well,
It's the right way to do it.
Kevin, I mean, one of the things too, though, is that, you know, in that kind of discussion is we have the thermal airport. And so if you're gonna do it right, and also take that under the wing as well. And then a lot of those ancillary services and type of businesses and needs that the airport needs that can't do because of neighborhoods around can be done there. And that regional authority, because that's just a county airport. So county would be,
Cargo could be down there.
yeah, and so
all
that
that
stuff, you know, there's needs of things down there, and so there's a bigger picture, and again, that's what LAFCO would look at, and they'd say, hey, you know, we put all this together on this authority. And they do an intense research and studies and all that great stuff. It's, are you willing to relinquish the local control? And that's the $1 million question.
Other comments or questions?
Yeah, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but as somebody who already serves on council, could we flip the narrative and say, wouldn't this be a monkey kind of off your back? Something for you, because a lot of the things we put in front of the council in these meetings, and we're just, it's a lot for them. I think my perspective, but I don't know, you tell us.
I think, you know, well, I look at things differently, right? So when I ran for election, I said, this isn't just Desert Hot Springs. This is a vote for the Coachella Valley. You know, because I look at, as a topic we'll be bringing up in a little bit later, is I look at this as a regional thing a lot of times, is how we should be looking at this. You know, you can't just look at your little city and just stick with that, because we're so intertwined and interconnected with how we are. And so from a regional perspective, which is also going to benefit the Palm Springs. And so what they need to look at is, instead of looking at, I want physical control, is how will this benefit Palm Springs? Because it's still going to have the Palm Springs name. It's still going to have the whole delivery system here. It's still going to be connected. It's still going to be all of that. And kind of with that. So that looks like that could be even an expansion of that, if they look at it that way. If they look at it, well, you know, we want to maintain control, then it's a little tougher, you know, with that. But I think that when you look big picture, isn't the whole purpose with what David and some of the others are doing, right? They're carrying this ball all the way down to Indio and Indian Wells and Coachella, and advertising the services of what we're doing and promoting, you know, the spa tour in Desert Hot Springs, or from promoting Stagecoach and these things, right? So they're already incorporating other cities into this thing. So it's, then it just becomes like a control thing. And so for them, I would think, city manager's not here, I would probably think from a city manager perspective, he'd probably like, hey, that's a headache. That's kind of nice to be able to have it under a different authority with a, you know, whole setup with that, you know, with that type of setup, the way they design it. Just becomes a regional authority, you know, in however they name it, you know, type of thing.
Dr. Barrett, I'm curious, from your vantage point, I mean, to just stimulate our highest level thinking about this, are there any obvious disadvantages for an airport management team or airport operations to be operating under the rubric of an airport authority?
Yes.
Good stuff.
So some could argue that a disadvantage is you don't have the full resources of the city itself. So if the airport found itself in trouble financially, the city, in theory, would likely not backstop that. The airport would have to figure it out. Also, there are some political considerations when it comes to the community. Because there is a certain perception that airport authorities, because they have a lot more flexibility, they are kind of self-governing. You know, that the airport in theory could grow and the city could lose control of that growth.
I tell you, I'm trying to imagine being on council, and someone saying, well, this is what it's going to take to get this done, and it's going to take us 15 years, and that's only if we can find the money, and we're not really sure. We're going to spend $125 million on the new convention center, but we're not really sure we got the lift in here, you know, and to the headache thing you talked about, you know, it's something you'll have to deal with across the street. With this type of potential, with the demand that we're forecasting, the FAA says they agree with the demand. Vis-a-vis saying there's another way for us. We're just growing in a different direction. And if this makes more sense and we can move a lot faster, and long term, it's better for the
overall Coachella Valley, then I can't imagine I'm sure the devil's in the details, and there's other arguments about this, but it just feels like if we're gonna look at this, we should be looking at that as well. How are we gonna really pull this off?
But he does make a good point, though. I mean, the nice thing about having a local aspect of it is you can control certain things, like, you've done like with the parking structure, type of thing. The authority could say, we're going 5 stories and we're starting at ground level, and that's just the way it is. Not much you can do, but it's give and take.
Which, you use that as an example.
Yeah.
When the moment, I can't remember where's Jeremy, I guess with Jeremy, the moment Jeremy said 5 stories, all of us looked at each other, it's like, that will never happen, right? And whether we were part of Palm Springs or whether we were part of a regional authority, we all had the same reaction, like, that ain't gonna happen here, right? And it took a while to kind of come full circle when our airport consultants, the other Ryan, those guys came back, and I said, well, how about just bury it? Well, that's gonna be hundreds of dollars. Well, that's what it's gonna cost to maintain what happens here, and that's where we are now. 2 stories under, 1 story above, and we got the south that we need. So my sense is that, of course, we have another organization here who can do whatever they want to do, with whatever land they own, and so there's sensitivities around that as well. I think the sensitivity to that issue would still continue if all of us were the ones on this new authority, for example. Yeah, I mean, Palm Springs residents are going to protect Palm Springs. I mean, people from Palm Springs on this commission will protect Palm Springs. And the city is going to be involved in appointing us. So they're not going to appoint somebody who's going to allow a 30-story parking garage.
Well, and I think realistically, I think people in other communities are going to respect what the feelings of the city of Palm Springs for the most part, because, I've traveled quite a bit, just like many of you have, and I still don't find a better airport. I mean, they may have a few more amenities and stuff, but it's always pleasant to come out of here and fly out of here. It's just got a different vibe and that kind of thing. And it's everybody I know that does. And so you want to keep that, and staff's done such a great job. I mean, today hearing that we had 60+ people out there, volunteering their time was just amazing. That was so cool to hear that. And so, I mean, when you see that kind of atmosphere already in place, I highly doubt that there's going to be this motivation to be LAX Part 2.
Plus, I think there's, you look at the newly unveiled economic plan for the city.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure to move beyond tourism and see other things. And then you look at the investment being made at the convention center and all the ancillary benefits from that. I mean, it's really important we pull this off for a lot of reasons for the city. So the fact that this is now, it's an iffy project, it's going to take 10+ years, maybe if we get the money, maybe. I just think there's just so many reasons now to look at it differently, because the pressure of what's happening in this community is different. And, I think the PR behind it, the politics behind it, like who controls all that. I mean, to Ken's point, I think that there are ways of mitigating that. But to turn to the community now and say, well, we have a plan, but we have no idea how we can finance it. A city of $48,000 also hit the reality of being the town the size that we are and other things. So I'm wondering if part of our discussion out of today is, we're really committed to this, but we want to see it happen faster. And if we can't find a way financially to make that happen, then we need to look at other structures that could do that more quickly. I think. Any other thoughts or comments about the priorities?
I like Plan B on there's some quick wins, if there's enough money to do this right now. Because look how many 26s there are. Plan B compared to Plan A. Those are quick wins.
Totally agree.
Yep.
Totally agree. When I saw the restrooms 10 years out of Plan A, I was like, Jesus.
Just got a thing about when they clean bathrooms.
I know.
Sell more hamburgers.
The beer. The other thing, I think, the other big win on this is the FIS.
I mean, the day that that plan, that flight from London lands, we are all heroes here. And I love the idea of tying it to the Olympics. So now there's a placeholder there, we can pull this off. And if you look at the amount of money that gets us through the FIS, I mean, that's all doable. And I think the public, these are important things, the restrooms, the FIS, everything else. It'll show that we're really making progress on this. And maybe that gives us a couple years to look at this other issue. You know, let's, if we can do this in parallel, we can fund these things to get us to the FIS and then use the same time to say, look, what's the long-term best governance of this thing that's gonna give us the most financial clout? And we'd have a couple years to work on that as well. That's the way to look at this. Because right now we don't get the extra gates. Well, we get a couple gates with FIS in 28. We don't get the rest of the gates until the end of 32. So, you know, we're what, 10 years into this long range plan, our 20-year plan. We don't get the new gates really until 10 years into it. More gates sooner or later. This is just phase one. We're not even talking about the south side expansion. We knock down the Agua Caliente terminal and build all those in phase two.
So Kevin, from an old historical perspective, back in 1998, Rob Parkins was city manager here. I don't know if anybody remembers Rob Parkins. You were here. I remember having a conversation with him, and he had said, what the Coachella Valley needs, and I'm not recommending this, I'm just going to make that disclaimer right now. He goes, what the Coachella Valley needs to do is disincorporate every city and create it into one city and called Palm Springs. Then we will have over 450,000 employees or residents plus more, and that will enable us to get all these additional federal grants and money. That was in 98. People were thinking about that. So the kind of the regional idea has always been bouncing around. I'm not recommending disincorporation of cities. It's a hot potato, so don't say Councilman Dirk said this. Yeah, I'm not, but it is one of those things. I think that the Valley has always kind of, you know, how do we do this? And we have so many different communities and identities in that. And that's kind of the great thing about the Valley, right? Is with that. But there are these growing pains where now year-round residents, you know, these old houses that never had air conditioning now have to because everything they're now lived in, you know, those kinds of things. And at some point you have to start thinking about what's the best option and maybe do a subcommittee to kind of begin, you know, taking a look at this, and it becomes kind of a long-term kind of subcommittee that just gets feelers and understands, sees what examples are out there and work with somebody from staff and see if it makes sense. You know, if it's a governance that we could recommend that the council then take to LAFCO and go forward with.
Let me build on your. So I know we're not here to vote on this. This is just, you're showing us what our plans are, but it feels like we support Plan B. We love moving all of these projects forward through the FIS as quickly as possible. So that, to your point, I think there's some big wins in all of this stuff, how fast we can. Plus, I think for all of us who are on this commission, to see some tangible results by the end of 28 would be great. Great for us to see that stuff. And then maybe we start the conversation across the street with just the long-term financial viability of the long-range plan beyond 28, and then see if we can start that discussion. And to your point, Dirk, I don't know where it lands, but there probably is a process for them to look at this, and I think we should start that conversation. And if it builds some traction, maybe we do put a subcommittee on this to work across the street and work with staff. But probably a conversation we should have now. Because if I was going in front of council today, I would say, yeah, we got great plans. You know, we're gonna double to 6 million people in 20 years, but we don't have the money to do it. And so what does that mean? The convention center, what does that mean for a bunch of other stuff that's suddenly connected? In the early convention center planning meetings, when they're trying to figure out the $125 million, I said to Scott and the thought leaders on this, I said, you know, we, the airport, have to be part of this discussion because we're the critical part of having enough lift to bring people into this convention center. So don't think it's just that. It's what we're doing in our long range plan. And I said, oh yeah, good point. You know, we have to think about both of these things. But if we can't pull this off, I question viability of that investment long because they're expecting us to be able to bring more people here, like build that center and then have all the economic impact it promises. So I guess that's what I would think. Do we all, and again, we're not voting on this, but we feel like it's plan B, get us through the 28th, and let's start a conversation across the street about what makes most sense long term. Does that make sense?
Agreed.
Harry, does that make sense? Are you okay with that? All right. What other questions or comments do we have? That's it in terms of content. All right. Yeah, we're so good. So good.
Oh, Hedrick?
Larry, Harry and the staff. Maybe you hit it down in the ballpark. Big time. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Kevin, I just had that one I wanted to bring up too.
Oh, yeah, just, yes, and then I'll have some.
Okay, want me to bring it up now?
Go for it.
All right, so, Savita. All right, think of remember Savita. So not too long ago, Councilman Daniel Pitts and I, started talking about transportation in the valley and everything. He's on the Sunline Committee. I'm on the Airport Commission, of course. And as we talk about vision, we talk about 6 million visitors and these type of things. And we just started thinking about transportation and how things go. So in our discussion, we thought Coachella Valley Elevated Transportation Authority. Kind of wondering what that is. And so what we thought is, we always have to think not 5, 10, but 20 years on what we're going at. And we started thinking, you know what, the Coachella Valley is going to increase at least another 100,000 residents, if not more. Plus we have more visitors and stuff, that we're going to need other ways to get transportation method through here. And that means we may have to go up. And you look at, I'm going to say Disney, but you look at Vegas, you look at certain airports like Dallas, Phoenix, and others that already have these mechanisms in place. And so Daniel brought this issue up at the Sunline Commission, which was like us, and there was huge support in that it would be something that would operate under Sunline. And so we decided, you know, we ought to look at what it would be, right? It's a public transportation idea that would be elevated. You'd find, you know, get a committee that would look at the routes that would be good, you know, and a route could be, you know, Ramon to Bob Hope, 111, Fred Waring. And when you look at these things, you're talking, you know, and an instrumental piece of this is here's the airport. Okay, so we're talking a delivery system to the airport. People down at the tennis center, there's hotels, shuttle takes them over there. Fred Waring's right there. Where you go, and they can come to the airport. As we look at, you know, the different transportation methods from the airport, but that would be kind of the hub section of one of them. And then maybe from here, maybe it's the, you know, the casino area, Bob Hope and Ramon, and then it goes down to the river, and then Fred Waring, it's the COD campus, and then, you know, the tennis center, and then it's the COD campus area right around downtown Indio. And then do we do somewhere, how do we get to Accushire? This is not something that happens overnight, but if we don't have that vision, so while, and I'm just going to say it because I like to say this every once in a while, instead of focusing on little things and other problems that other cities and other newbie council members unfortunately are doing, we like to focus on the big vision. I'm sorry, Kevin, I had to say that. But, and some of you know what I'm talking about. But the point is that, you know, as new council members and some of our other council members, we look at this and we were looking at this and saying, you know, we gotta really think about this transportation issue. Because we have a busing system, you know, that's already in place, and we have taxis and we have these, and they're already stressed to the point, but we're not looking at what the future is of this. And the future is going to be alternative ways, and it's going to be elevated. It's going to have to be. So if you created a committee that would begin this, the great thing is if it's under Sunline is what it would kind of operate under. Mona, who runs it, is that then that committee is together, and then they can get funding for studies. They can see what makes sense. And again, this isn't something that's going to happen overnight. This is 20 years. But it's something that we have to begin looking at, because when I hear 6 million people, how are you going to get 6 million people transporting around throughout the year if you don't have an additional way of transportation? And so I wanted to bring it up today is that, you know, was this something that, that the, airport commissioner would say, hey, let's maybe have somebody else, I'm gonna be on this thing, maybe somebody else might want to be on it. And just kind of begin this discussion, because there's already some energy in this Sunline that says we can manage this as a department under us over here. And that ward over there, although they didn't, it wasn't an item that they officially voted on, but the feedback was overwhelming and said, go kind of gauge a little bit more support, go back and meet with, the general manager, which is Mona, and see where we can take this topic. Because if we don't sit there and think about it from a public perspective, is it going to be a private sector investment only? It could, but I'm not sure. But there's a lot of additional funding that's out there for alternative transportation methods. And if we think about it now, and if we do the studies and we come up with a plan, and it may be something that takes time, I mean, obviously it takes time. Maybe it's piece done, but when you come up with different hubs, but a beautiful hub is right here, is the airport, is that a portion of it? Maybe it's, not on airport property, but across the street, where they get off and walk across or shuttle across or whatever it is. But it gets it going because there's a lot of conventions and a lot of these conferences that are down valley where they come over here, they're taking a bus, they're taking an Uber, they're taking a taxi, and they're doing these things that's already in place. And so what if they just hopped on this, took them all the way down here to, the Hyatt and Indian Wells in that direction, and they go and they get right back on it and they go. And so as we're talking big picture, I think some of these transportation things, as we talk about, are important because how are we going to get people to and from the airport?
So some of you who were tenured on the commission remember the early discussions on long range plan. There was this piece about kind of connecting to the regional transportation system.
Yeah.
And at times we said, is that shuttle buses? What is that? And we really haven't done a lot more work on that particular issue. Just assuming that it could be Uber, it's got to be more than that. And long term, what does that look like? And we've never really gone further down that path. So, and in light of just previous conversation, it could be even more.
Could be, yeah.
And in Seattle, they built the light rail system. And it was when they first built it, it went nowhere.
Yeah.
It was just kind of cute. Once you got to the airport,
Mhm.
ridership tripled. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah. And that's really kind of what my thought was when I was telling him, as we were talking, about, he was talking about his experiences as from a new person looking into Sunline. I'm looking at a new person looking at in the airport. And I said, we have these, but is there something different that could be brought that could increase, that can match the numbers we're looking at and can help with that? And that's when it's going to have to go up. That is the future of mass transportation. If it's not underground, I mean, I'm sure people thought subways in earthquake territory in LA was absolutely nuts, and yet they got them. Who would have thought that, it's privately funded, but who would have thought that a gondola setup is going to be way over here in LA and is going to take people to Dodger Stadium soon? And these are the type of things that are happening. And if you don't take that initiative, it just sits.
Well, in the context of what we're talking about, a regional authority.
Yeah.
This conversation makes even more sense.
Right.
Because now we're engaging all of the different.
And in Seattle, the transit system is run by the regional authority, which also runs the airport.
So that should be on our radar screen.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
All right.
Other comments or questions before we throw it out for public comment? And even the public want to share their thoughts or ideas, anything in the room?
Anyone in the room, please raise your hand. I don't see anybody from public. And anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to leave a public comment. No public comments.
Any final thoughts before we wrap up and the official thanks to Jason and his staff for putting it together? Any other final thoughts or comments before we wrap up?
Very worthwhile.
Yep.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. There's a lot of effort that went into this. It was very crisp. It was clear. It gave us the information we needed. Thank you. Good job. First time out. I know you're working with all of your peers here. So well done. Staff, thank you. Thank you. I know it's a lot of work for all of you to put this thing together. So thank you for your help. And again, thanks to all commissioners. This is a big chunk of time to take out of your day to do it, but I think we agree it was really worth it. We're gonna be a lot smarter going into 2026, and hopefully helping staff that making good decisions and taking those decisions across the streets of councils. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, staff, for your preparation. Happy holidays, all that good stuff. Thank God you live here, not Palm Desert. That's perfect. Just great. And some of us are gonna head over and gonna be in Abuelo to celebrate this. I hope you guys have time. I hope you can join us as well. Anything else, Harry?
Nothing for me. Thank you for your time.
Anything else?
I think you're all good. You graduated from Flat Path University. Get pins on your way out. Thanks to the team, Mariana, Tanya, thank you all.
Thank you guys.
Hey.
All right, guys.
Thank
Thank you.